Yo. Spa stream. Come with me to nothing and beyond. Breathe through your nose and out your ass. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Fuck the chair. It needs a t-shirt. It's cold in here. Exercise the demons. Yeah, Josh is gonna call soon. He's not ready. Us. Ciao bello. Looking for something? iPad? Oh. There you go. Yeah, the dishwasher's so I'm gonna close the door. Yeah. Nobody's getting to see the chair naked. It's got rights. It's a spiritual stream today. Let's see. Maybe I have something even chiller. Oh, there we go. Any Italian gig soon? I wish. So we are trying to get our European affairs in order. Like booking wise. So trying to find out how we're gonna do the booking in Europe, because we do have a setup for the North America. We need something for Europe. Marina, hello. May I know what kind of model of MIDI keyboard you use? Not my favorite. It's a Novation Impulse 61. It was just cheap. MIDI keyboards, they go fast around here. So I gotta have something I can throw away when I move. Yeah. All of these animal sounds are made in Serum, by the way. All of this, actually. No, Oracle 2 should not be a thing. Don't use Novation Impulse. It has a bug, a glitch in the pitch wheel. Read about it on Reddit. It's super annoying. So every time you open up your DAW, the pitch is gonna go down automatically and you can't fix it. So there's no way to fix that. So I basically have to do a bunch of stuff to make it work. I live in Norwego. Norway. No, it's not real birds, it's serum. Yeah, if faceplant is specifically powerful, particularly powerful to make a large array of things in just one patch. That way, faceplant is great. It's great for actually sound design and stuff. My day was okay. Thanks for asking. Toronto show, that might happen. Doing some Canada stuff maybe. We're booking August shows now for North America. Oh, this got intense. Okay. We're trying to like nail down a bunch of dates. I know we got Denver locked. We're gonna announce that. Doing a makeup show for the one I missed in February. Yeah, the ambient stuff is from the same batch of ambient stuff. Little serum wolf. Are there wavetable filters in serum too? No, I don't think so. But it does other stuff. Projects planned? Do you mean like releases? Is that what you mean? Because yes. Texas, we're gonna go to Texas for sure. Either Houston or Dallas or both. We'll see. Serum or Nexus? If I was a ghost producer, purely, I would do Nexus. If I'm just doing my stuff, I would just do everything in Serum. Thanks for being live every week. No problemo. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Just doing a little pre-game stream. Hanging out a little bit before it starts. Serum or massive? Oh hell no. Take massive away from me. That's not gonna end well. Yoi. Let's see if we got anything else. Nope. Whoa. That ruined the vibe completely. Okay. I don't know why your super chat didn't show. That's weird. It should. There's nothing wrong on this end. So maybe there's something wrong with your YouTube credentials. How was France for you? Couldn't make it there, but I wanted to go so bad. Yeah, France was amazing. Like, every time I play in France, it's always a good time. Atlanta, Georgia Pages. Joe, okay, wait a second. It's from Georgia. I'm from Georgia. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. I think I'm having a stroke. Yeah, no, I don't know if it would do Atlanta. We'll see. No more sequels. Josh's Z is probably coming soon. You recognize Stargate Pad? I don't think so. Can you do Favela Funk Brazil? I think I'm done with I would love to, but it's Savant is trying to. I don't know. We'll see. Brazilian funk is very cool. I've been a fan for a very, very long time. Do I even still have those songs? I used to have a good collection. Oh yeah, I still have my folder here. So yeah, my favorite. There's a lot of Muller. MCK9, Muller Valencia, MC Jack, Ricardo Esquito, MC Mascotte, Patty, Tafella, Dennis DJ. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. SD Boys. Oof, that doesn't sound good. MC Galo. Tons of stuff. Burger, thank you. I appreciate it. Taco. I ate tacos today. We ate soft tacos like white people for dinner. I don't know which MIDI keyboard is the best. I used to have one before that I really liked. Don't remember what it was called. It was called Nectar or something. That one was really nice. It's got like a white on the top and then it's black on the bottom. It has like a red lining around. It had a lot of good knobs. It was very nice, but you know, the debate between weighted keys or not, that has to be a thing. I brought it on tour with me and it broke, so it all breaks. Nothing can last forever. Have you played Shin Megami Tensei V Vengeance? No, I don't know. What the hell? Taco Thursday. Taco in Norway is a big deal. We in the grocery store, there's a lot of groceries, but we have an entire aisle just for taco stuff. There was some sort of marketing campaign like 20, 30 years ago, and it kicked off, and it's just become a mainstay. Taco Friday is a huge thing here. But it's all white people taco, though. We don't have access to, like, butchers as much and stuff. Everything's really, like, packaged meat and stuff like that, so you don't really get the good stuff that much. You have to go to, like, a... yeah, whatever. The super chat stuff, Halcyon, whatever. Halcyon. I never knew how to pronounce that word, by the way. Yeah, I really hope you didn't get scammed or anything, but it probably will go through. If it doesn't show up, I don't know why. It will remain a mystery. Do you still smoke Marlboro menthol lights? No, I hate menthol. Tastes like Friday tacos, not fried tacos. Friday. Friday. What the hell is going on with that, Mr. B? Yeah, who knows? Oh, it was refunded. There you go. Oh, and then we're back again. Eee, thank you. Merci beaucoup. It's okay. I'll come back to France. We'll make it up. It'll be fine. Hey Savant, I've been curious. Has the artist for your album covers been the same across most of them? Krang, Void, etc. No. I've used different artists. Simon did my early work, and then Morgan did Void DLC, and Krang. And then Necro 13, is that what it's called? Necro 13 did my Hex stuff. So it's really a mood thing. I really do enjoy being a patron of the arts, like supporting artists, and it's very fun to be an art director, to kind of like have an idea and work with an artist to kind of mold it. It's very fun. I know Taco Friday doesn't make sense. Thursdays are better. Tuesday works. Anything with a T. I do not read my Discord or Reddit. Every time I have been on Reddit, it's either extremely awkward or like negative, and it's not my cup of tea. To be people complaining I'm not doing the same stuff anymore, or with very obscure stuff I don't understand. So just, oh, thank you for free taco. Oh, this song got very intense. Trying to find something cozy. Well, if I had a pack of menthols, that was Josh's, my manager. And I probably stole it from him because I ran out of my own. Is there something Serum can do that 3OSC can't do? Yes. A lot. When will you come to Argentina? That's a good question. Still trying to figure out South America, even, yeah. Because I would love to play in Argentina. Again. I've been playing Krang as the soundtrack for Doom Eternal. Yeah, I actually started on a game for Krang. Like a pretty extensive first-person shooter. Where Morgan, the artist from the cover, made all the concept art for the enemies and the stuff, and we worked together on it for like almost a year and a half or 2 years, before we kind of had to stop because we didn't have any money to continue working on it. It's a shame. It was really fun. Looked good too. I'll probably show some clips from it later. Not today maybe, but... So yeah, almost 25% of my fan base is in France, or was in the early days. I don't know why. I think maybe it could have been chance, like randomness. The theory has been that it was because of the Baroque, Baroque stuff, the harpsichords and that sort of stuff, and that hit some sort of nerve with the neoclassical stuff with the electronic music. I don't know. Very like artwork was just starting to. It was getting like I don't know, up that alley. That's just the theory, though. I don't know, but I did play my first shows in France though, because that's where they booked me. So it could have been because I kind of like catered to France as a touring artist a lot, and that built. Who knows? Shadow. How was Shadow born? Was it just a Quintalis song? Yes, that was a pure Quintalis song I remixed. He had the vocals and I just stole it. Somebody asking like about visual project for the album Mortals and stuff like. Hey, bro, I'm just answering a question here about real quick. So Mortals was supposed to be like a comic book thing. I made a few pages for it and backstories for all the characters and stuff. But there's no like movie you could watch and stuff. It is a little bit inspired by, you know, the Avengers movies and stuff like that, but it is mostly more the 90s cartoon stuff I watched, I guess. Like Spider-Man, the animated series, Batman, the animated series, stuff like that from the 90s and stuff. Let me see if I can put Josh on the screen here. Put the chat over here maybe, and then we'll put Hoswa. There we go. Okay, let me try to put him on. Zcam.
Bro, no bullshit today. You just went right into it. Love it.
Yeah, I started at 7. I mean 7 for me. I started 4 to 5 minutes ago. Let's see if I can squish you in here. Put the chat in the middle. And then I'll put Josh on the side here.
Up chat.
Yeah. I'm just going through slowly the super chats and stuff like that real quick. Let me see. There's a super chat. Thank you. There doesn't have a name or profile picture. It's just 50 euros. Like, thank you, nobody.
Oh, what the...
For that. I really appreciate it.
Very biblical donation.
Very biblical. Very. So yeah, I'm just going through some questions here. Let's see what else is good. What else is good? There was another one here that was good. Hey, are the original files for the Overkill album lost? Seems like Bandcamp FLAC versions are just MP3s converted to FLAC. That sounds like that sounds like a methodology that was followed in the past. I do not know if I have WAV files even for that. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I don't. Let's see.
I don't think so.
It's not an official album. I made it in the jungle in Thailand on a laptop while smoking bushweed. It wasn't meant to be a serious thing. It's basically something to do while I was on vacation. Let's see if I can find it. Overkill.
I think like times like that, when you're producing with like zero expectations or stress, you get some interesting shit.
Yeah, you know? So in the Overkill album folder, everything's MP3s. So Whoops. Yeah, that happened.
I think AI is going to get good enough to be able to push those to wave quality soon.
Have you heard of Buried Alive or Charles Cat? No, man, pretty sure I don't. Haven't done that. Savant, I know the real ones. Enjoy your spin on things and your latest H. Okay. Hi Savant, big question about your song Black Magic. Are the lyrics in the song? Are the lyrics that we air? This is Black Magic, or is it Mind Magic? It's Black Magic. Why would it be, the song would be called Mind Magic if the lyrics was Mind Magic? So it's Black Magic, yes. I live in Northern California, 4 hours away from any relevant cities. Can I ever expect to see her in Northern California? What does that mean? Like San Francisco?
For sure.
San Francisco? San Fran?
Oh, well, farther.
What's above that in California? A city?
Santa Ana.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that. I lived in LA for almost 10 years and I don't think I've ever heard of Santa Ana. But yeah, like, I don't know. We'll work something out. We'll try to.
For sure, we're gonna like play in LA. For sure, we're gonna be in San Francisco.
Josh, you remember last stream I had this big rant about EDM not being able physically to be art?
Yes.
And there was some I just went through the comments on YouTube and there was this guy who was really pissed off at my assumption that EDM cannot be art of you. Then you only listen to mainstream EDM trash. Your opinion is trash, and that I'm just paraphrasing, right? And my first thought was like, you misunderstood this point completely. It cannot be because I say so. Like, it's first of all, it's hyperbole, all right? It's arrogant opinion. Opinion being the key word, right?
Right.
And
opinion.
And then, if you know more than me, I'm happy to look at your papers and see where you're coming from with your opinion on EDM being art. And then he was like, but you've never heard of this person. You clearly haven't checked out these artists. And they're like trying to pump them up. Like these they can do art, like EDM is more than this like party bullshit, wob wob, right? And
Sure.
And then I checked them out. Like, of course, I've never heard of any of these artists, right? And I checked them out, and I was like, this sounds just like the trash I was talking about. Like, it sounds just like this imitative millennial Gen Z, like, bubbly boop.
Well, look.
So here's my point. So I think our generations and the time we live in is just unable to do that sort of stuff. Period. Like, bottom line. Like, Johann Sebastian Bach and people like him were extremely religious. Extremely. They were making music to buy God's grace. They weren't making it to party. Fucking probably 60 to 300 people ever heard of Bach while he was alive. Like, he lived in a small town in Germany.
A couple thousand.
Yeah, maybe at best. But he was no superstar across the world.
Like 5,000 views.
And he was not playing to party. He was playing for God. He was playing to, like, redeem his like dirty human existence. And you don't do that anymore. And nobody does that anymore. And art today is so postmodern. And it's, if anybody claims that what they're doing is art, is always postmodern. And it's never graceful. It's always like, look, it's art because it's fuck the system, or fuck the like rebellious or anti something, and it's so secular and dirty. And so this person I'm talking about, this comment, like, he was completely missing where I was trying to get to from a cultural intellectual standpoint, and just like, but I like these people and they're so good and underground and therefore they make art. And I listened to like at least 4 or 5 tracks from each of them from different years and stuff, and it was just like, this sounds like dubstep garbage. Like, it is.
I mean,
just because
art
it's
or not, it's still subjective to taste.
Yes,
it's still
yes,
subjective
yes,
to
yes,
trend.
yes,
it's
yes,
still
yes,
subjective
yes,
to fucking what's happening.
Yes, but my point is that he was like, because he liked them and he sees himself as above average, like, enjoyer of things that are fancy. It was like I was wrong about my argument about things being trash. So
Well,
he claimed I had a very surface level opinion on EDM, and
well, I mean, your opinion on EDM is pretty, you know, you need to listen to it for a while. You need to like, there's a lot more there. It's not you're not giving simple opinions, but the way that I've always broken this down is especially like, since we started doing this, like back in the Section Z days too, is there's a big difference between art and an artisan, an artist and an artisan. An artisan is looking to make a product, right? It can resemble art. It can be a sculpture. It can be a painting that repeats, that's easy to reproduce. It can even be music,
hmm.
right? Like, so I would believe some folk music is very
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
artisanal in
oh
nature
yeah, for sure.
because it can be repeated.
That's the
It's easy to
point.
learn.
That's the
Community.
point.
That's the point.
That's the point. It's
And
called
that's
folk
that.
art for a reason, right? Like it is
And
secular and reproductive, and it's easy to replicate.
therein lies
Mm,
what's happening, I think, with EDM production,
mm.
EDM becoming more and more popular. It's actually becoming folk music,
So
in my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it, like
Uh, so there's another word for paradox. It's called
I don't think
something.
there's a
No, 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 no,
paradox.
no,
I
no, no,
actually
no.
think
Listen,
that
I'm
there's
trying
a
to make a
clear
point.
division between artists and artisans.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
go ahead.
I know, I know. I got your point. I'm just saying, like, saying that something that sounds like something else is like EDM is supposed to sound like it fits in. Like it is electronic dance music. If you're talking about
Right.
IDM,
The D is important.
if you're talking about IDM, intelligent dance music, now we're getting into fields where people are more provocative and also more expressive.
Yeah, you got your Aphex Twins, you got your
Yeah, square
like
pushers.
that.
But then again, to my grandma, square pusher and Aphex Twin, if you put two tracks together next to each other, it's gonna sound like the same thing. So again, it's also you can also replicate that stuff. You know, like it is not that difficult to replicate that sound like as on a surface level. So a true expression of something unique that is also touching you and making you in awe of existence, stuff like this. Like this is art. And somebody who's making something that's complicated or something that's fancy or glossy or shiny, these things do not
Mhm.
translate to being art just because they're attention grabbing or what's it called, overwhelming. Like those things don't translate to art. And also, just because you like it and you see yourself as a person of taste or culture doesn't mean that things you like is art automatically either. So this was my point. I just wanted to get that out of my system because I almost wrote on a reply, but on internet
You
it's
don't got time to be writing replies, bro. You haven't even finished fucking Hex 3.
yeah,
Why are you
yeah,
guys making this guy work more?
yeah, right. Okay, so
Keep him out of the comments.
Andre again, day 84, waiting for New Era song to be released.
Bro,
Uh,
you gotta play a snippet for the man,
Stop
dude.
starting early, lol. It's a pre-stream. Like we're pre-streaming a little bit. But I just wanted to get my thing out of that
I like this.
system.
It's a good, before you jump into the production stuff, it's a good way to talk about these things. And frankly, this is a debate. Taste is a debate that will outlast us,
Mm.
you know. And at the end of the day, I think what this person in the comments is doing is that's a fan. You have fans that act just like that. There's people that don't like your music for sure,
Oh,
right?
that
It's
tons
just that's how it works.
respect,
Um,
tons
I
respect for
used to
people who don't like my
I
music.
used to tell people who didn't know what they needed to make music, people hate them because every time you have something polarizing, you're gonna have somebody on the other side, that's like, oh, that's art, you
Yeah,
know.
but
Um,
speaking of people who don't like my music, I think I have more in common with them at a party talking than I would with somebody who likes my music. Get what I'm saying? Like I do not have anything nice to say about my own stuff. So I would basically be fending off people who are like saying things are good, and with somebody who hates it, I'd be like, yeah, let's move on, talk about something awesome.
Now
Basically.
that's it. That's in hindsight because, and I'm a witness to this.
Oh Lord. Okay.
While you're making the fucking thing, it's all bright eyes and this is cool and fun. You know what I mean? It's like
That's the
it's
good part.
post.
Everything
Yeah,
is
it's
yeah.
post. Well, that's the differentiation. It's not a matter of like I'm hating my stuff. It's just like you're clear about what part of the process you enjoy the most, and that's like making it,
Yeah.
right? What the interpretations are, people's acceptance of that, people's obsession with it later or
Hmm.
rejection of it later shouldn't factor in because you're part of the process is the music maker,
There
you
you
know?
go. That's it right there. I think uh, for sure making the thing is what's fun, and when it's done, it has to be destroyed, and only then can it truly exist inside of me as an experience and not as a product.
See, when I see comments like Vania's right now, she's like, I think your Protos is your magnum opus, truly something that hardly any upcoming music could make. I can completely agree with that, right? But do I want a Protos 2? No.
No,
But do I know that you're capable of like what you did in Protos 1 and that variety, the magic behind that music?
you just called it Protos
Absolutely.
One.
Well, no, I said what was behind Protos. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there is no Protos 2. Don't read into that. That was just I haven't been smoking weed, so
Good.
I'm kind of
When was the last time you smoked
my
weed?
brain's. I'm on day, I would say like day 3.5,
Oh my
but
god, dude, that's so awesome.
but
Oh,
but
you going down the drain?
I mean,
You're gonna get too fucked
I
up now.
have
You're gonna
I
get too
have the
fucked up.
super active, always on brain. If I don't, I can't
So,
sleep.
cigarettes,
You know,
coffee, central stimulants, right? Like stick with the nicotine and
100%.
caffeine, and then you do Xanax if you get overwhelmed. Like do that or
Your
go for a
memory
jog.
returns in 3 days, fam. Like somebody said, your memory returned in a year. No, no. 3 days later, you're like, oh shit, this is a lot easier when it comes to that. But just finding a balance is an important thing. And
Yeah, no, I
I'm
smoke.
turning 50 on Monday,
Yeah.
so you know, not that I'm set in my ways, but we know the body. We know how we can perform, and I think I made the most money when I was doing the most drugs. You know what I mean? Like, so on that side, I'm not worried about my performance on that on marijuana. That's for fucking sure. It's
Yeah.
it's more of a creative enhancer for me. It helps keep the edge off. Ironically, I'm more emotionally unstable when I'm not smoking.
Oh
I can
Lord.
actually control myself a little better when I'm smoking. You
Yeah,
know,
I smoked weed every day for 15 years almost, and it I can never get back what I lost from smoking that much. My memory is terrible. My short term memory is always good, but my long term memory is shot to hell. Like
I I, I
I'm
feel like lately things have been kind of coming back. Like the clarity's starting to hit.
we'll talk about me.
One because one because we're discussing these things a lot more, like what we've been
No, no,
doing
no.
in relation to what we're gonna do.
Like I don't remember anything from touring. I don't barely remember anything from living in LA. I don't remember any of the music I made or any of the thought processes I had.
Like
It's
why?
yeah, it's all gone. Like it's all the good times, bad times. It's all just washed away with the
Just
ocean.
blended.
Yeah, so I basically lost 10 years of my memory because that touring experience that was also hyper emotional because I smoked so much and couldn't cope with reality because it was so intense, and the weed made it more intense. It was just nightmarish. But weed feels good once in a while, and it feels good when you're alone with your stuff and you're lazy and fucking around. But when it comes to like getting shit done, I always like never got stuff done. The decline was heavy there, but it definitely makes me
Except,
less critical.
except like 9 or 10 albums. So.
Yeah, but extremely uncritical stuff, and it kind of started like diminishing returns heavily over time because the depression hit
You
like a
needed an anchor, man, for real.
yeah.
And I think you found that anchor in a family,
Hmm.
and that to me is, you know, the fuel behind like, why I continue to try and do and fucking, be who I am. It's the fam. It's my
Yeah,
kids.
it's
And now
important.
that they're growing older, I'm like, okay, now what? So let's go for broke now.
Yeah.
I gotta leave them a couple buildings. Is basically how I see it. What's up, Fabian? All right, that was a good pre-chat. We're
Pre
now into the official stream hours. Welcome to EDM High School, fam. Can you believe that
Preacher.
Alex has been streaming now. This is like 3 months now, right?
I've had a few weeks off. I
Well,
think
yeah,
three times off.
that's exciting. Hope
Mm.
you're all getting to know him better, seeing the part of the process he loves, so that when you see him on social media and making these comments, you're not taking it back too far because you know a little bit more.
Yeah.
So what are we doing today, bro? Q&A? Because that seems like fun.
No, we've already done a bunch of back and forth.
Cumbia step?
No, 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 no. Heal, heal,
What's up, Diego? Yeah,
no.
fusions are my favorite. That's what I look for in the trends. Like who's blending what, and how is Pasto coming to dubstep? How is cumbia coming to house music? Right? How is salsa coming to EDM? You're listening to something, or is it clear on the stream? Yes, it is.
Oh, you're not on the stream?
I think I am. I'm just not hearing it. There it is.
Album reverbs, album reviews are gonna come back. I just needed a break from it. Listening to the old stuff gave me like a serious dash of Vietnam PTSD. And
He's not lying.
streaming, I need it to be fun for me too. And those 4, 5, 6 streams we did with just the review stuff, it really made me not look forward to streaming. So gotta take a break. I'll come back to it when I feel better about that stuff. I need to get some distance. So yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, so I just need a little pee break, and then I'll be good to go. So Josh can do a little Q&A. I'll put on like some chill background
You're not gonna put New Era on in the background.
No, no, hell no. I'm putting on some hip hop beats I made. Hopefully not copyright infringement. Let's find something with less samples. Everything has a lot of samples.
Impossible.
Oh Lord.
Impossible.
Oh, that's a lot of samples. Oh Lord.
All right, line those questions up. Line them up. What about EDM High School? Part about continuing with the next album. I honestly believe that you guys that come to the stream and anybody else that's coming forward is probably going to hear what's going to get built from here on out, which is kind of cool, because having that direct feedback from you guys is just as important.
Okay, I'll be right back.
And just getting people hyped up. All right. Anybody else? Any other questions? So how close are we to Cult Club break on? You make me feel guilty because Alex actually gave me a 2.0 website like almost 3 weeks ago, a month ago almost. That we're gonna build, and I haven't been able to touch it because of my day job. But that ends soon because, like you all know, he's coming to the US super soon, like super soon, like August. So that'll be done before then, and then the idea of looking at the Cult Club probably be around then. All right, cool. Please find a way to get Alex near Eureka, California. That's up in the north, right? I'm doing good, Noah. Recovering from a little cold I got from getting wet over the weekend, but I'm good. And Josh views the regular rolling green. This is facts. When Savant and Virtual Riot. So, like all things with busy people, it takes a while. And I think that Valentin wanted to work with Alex like directly. So he wants to have us out. He wants to have us out in I think he's living in Minnesota now. So once we're back in the US on that side, that idea should pick up a lot more. There's a collab potentially brewing that I can't even mention, but it's going to be huge too, outside of Virtual Riot. Thank you, Vania. Appreciate it. What else? Another question here. Too tired, want to lurk and chill, but I do have one question. Does the color pink cease to exist in your visit once you enter your room? So, some of you guys know that I grow plants, right? I do like the decorative, like cannabis thing. So some of my lights are, blurple pinkish, and others are white. Uh, I don't know. I don't have any trouble transitioning. Maybe there's just a little bit, uh, but I don't like stark white. I like things to have hues. So reviewing viewer music is something I really want to get Alex into. But like there's no reason for me to not kind of start doing that as well. And I was hoping to connect with Login Complete, which is one of the archivers for like Section Z. And I'm hoping to, kind of revive that like once I have a little bit more time in the summer. But music reviews are something we got to do. Do you remember, Josh, do you remember when you mistook me for a crazy New York fan in Buenos Aires? I do not. Section Z returning. I don't know. I go back and forth with that. This is still, to me, one of the biggest mistakes that I made in my career was shut down that label. Seeing Monster Cat getting bought by Create Music Group, knowing that like we had those relationships first, kills me. And I congratulate the dudes for actually doing that. And all the work that they've done, despite the different opinions we might have of the output or the ways that things that I've done over the years. But EDM's mainstream, that's basically like what that means. So can it come back? Sure. I would want to make sure that I have the resources that are necessary to do things in the development type of space, because developing artists can be expensive, right? It's a cost. But when you believe in them, that's what you do. You buy them the laptop, you hook them up with the computer, you introduce them to the agent that they're way too soon to meet anyway to see if they'll fucking hook them up. All these things take a lot of time and effort. Why was noise shutting down? So, basically back during the pandemic, I fucking cracked. I needed a break from music. I needed to rest, I needed to kind of like find my purpose. Again, things have changed so much by then. A lot of stuff going on with my family. I needed a break. So cut off, and then about a year and a few months ago, Alex was like, I want to come back on tour. Need you back on the team. And now we're here, Now we're here. All right. The man is back. Let's go. That was a good Q&A. Super fun. Thank you guys. Let's get on to the main event.
Yeah, let's see.
Is this from Data Crash they're asking?
Yes.
Oh, Jade Pitt and Insight need to for sure come back. One of the Cuban artists that's kind of making it out of the trenches right now from that group, his name is Nemesis, and he's like crushing it right now. But he moved to Italy, so it kind of helps him a lot. Let's go.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do some music stuff. I think we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So I'm gonna minimize you. You'll be here.
You're gonna have to kill my video. You want to put me on audio only, or?
Yeah. I'm gonna kill the video. How do I do that? You killed the video. I think you have.
Oh yeah, I gotta kill the video. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. Oof.
Sorry.
Okay. And then we'll do desktop. We'll do this. You gotta kill the video. You haven't done that yet.
I'm working on it. Okay. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. I'll put you in the corner.
It's all these buttons and stuff.
Yeah, there we go. I'll put the chat on the side just in case. Yeah. So, so I don't know what I'm going to do today, but I'm gonna do something.
You want to give a little preview of the things you were working on this week?
No.
Right.
Keep that on the down low.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm almost done with the Hex 3, pretty much. So I'll do some previews of that once the masters are clear. But I wanted to start with some music. So I'm gonna start. What? Oh, my camera's frozen. That's probably because.
Oh God, you're like so wide-eyed too.
Let's see. It's probably just need a little reset, maybe.
Oh shit, did we die? I think we might have died, bro.
No,
Oh,
I don't think so. I just need to reset my camera. Oh, it's a buggy. That's not good. Let me. I have to unplug and plug it in. Let's see if that works. Yes.
what is?
There we go. Okay. We're good. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to get in the zone. Um, these things are usually not so easy to do when you know people are watching, and also when your people are like around. It's usually like
Just gotta get used to it, bro.
no.
He won't get used to it.
That's
He
a
won't get used to it ever.
no. I won't. I really like that not existing feeling to be able to get in touch with the ether, so that I can concentrate completely. Soon as I'm getting reminded that I am real or that reality exists, everything suffers and I become super self-conscious and I can't really do any of the stuff I'm supposed to be doing. So I need
Well, you
to,
know what? That just makes you more like us, bro, and we really appreciate that.
yeah. So
Straight up.
yeah. So let me give me a hot minute here to get into it.
Thank you, Fabian. Yes, this is FL 11 for the newcomers. We're gonna leave this up to the chat to answer for the rest of the stream.
Um, so I'm just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
make sure that this is not on active. Desktop audio 2, monitor off. Okay. Yeah, so my sound card is not great, so it's gonna be a little wonk, but let's try to survive. Oh, there's a lot of wonk apparently.
It's probably WhatsApp, dude.
I don't know.
It's such a hog. Like on my machine, it takes up fucking almost a gigabyte to run. It's like crazy.
I'm gonna try something. Try something else. I think I just have to find a different piano sound. Maybe. Let's see. Piano. Let's see. Are these any soft? I don't think this is soft enough for what I need a really felty. Too hard. Let's see. Can I get this softened up? Options. There's something with the polyphony here that's not making me happy. Okay, so we're gonna try to make this a little feltier. Felty.
It's got too much going on for FLA's. You gotta be reliable.
Yeah.
Like live streaming,
Yeah.
the
No, but
WhatsApp call.
I can't use the sound card, so I have to use like ACO stuff, and ACO is not the sound card. It's basically the computer
Software.
Yeah, so it's terrible. My sound card itself is great, but it doesn't connect to the stream for some reason. So
Ah.
so it doesn't really work. So we just have to live with that. Where was I? It was like
I don't think Alex uses an Apollo.
No, I don't. No Apollos.
So artist, while he's doing this, the benefits of him using that older version of FL, it's like, it's like knowing things like the back of your hand. Everything is so much faster because you've spent years understanding an interface, and the trade-offs of that are not big enough for the new features that the new software is giving you. This is why you see corporations, why you see things like aviation, mission critical software stay old for a while, because you need you need people to understand that software. That's basically why. What's up, Jim Grimm? Long time no see.
Hey, Jim.
It's probably YouTube to bonus. So 11 is such a nice number.
What new software gear are you looking to buy next? Today I was thinking about getting a good felt piano actually, but I'm gonna save some money and don't do that and just like improvise. But there's no gear. Gear, of course. Listen, I would love to get like a CS, what's it called, CS80, and like a real polyphonic Moog and stuff like that, but like with MIDI. But Jesus Christ, one thing at a time. I need to get a house first, so I can actually sit and make music.
Yeah, you can fit a lot of stuff in the house.
Yeah. So one thing at a time. But yeah, there's probably some stuff. But when it comes to plugins and stuff like that, there's nothing that I really wish existed right at this point in time that I, would elevate my stuff. There are plugins I bought or got recently in the last year or two that are really like fun and make sounds interesting and stuff like that, but they're not essential to making music. It's just toys. You can have fun with it, but it's not essential. Let's see if we can make like a little pool. Oh, okay.
The most important instrument is the computer.
Well, the most important instrument is the brain, but that's more of like a, I don't know. It's not the instrument though. The instrument is the computer. You're right, but the tool. So over the years, I've been a big fan of using 1980s drum machines, like the grandfather of drum sounds, to modulate and to you have to do some processing to make them sound modern, like even 909s and stuff like that, because they're 80s machines they sound a little dusty. So there's a lot of compression, EQing, and stuff like that to make them sound punchy. So a few months ago, I sat down and went like, you know what? I'm tired of doing this every time I open up a project and processing these things from scratch. So I just made a sample pack with like 80s drum machine sounds and made them sound fresh and ready for modern production. So I really enjoy working. I just call it massive drums. I don't know why, but that's
we're never gonna put that on Splice or on any other thing.
No, of course not. Jesus.
Only place you're gonna be able to hear these are songs.
But I've always liked like big reverb snares and reverb claps and stuff like that. And I just had to like render that out so I don't have to like make them over and over again. Thank you, Max.
It really is. Marco Pierre White enjoyer. Kenny's always good.
What am I doing? Need something else. Let's see. So I'm I don't know why I even started on the drums here. I have that's not the mood. At this point, it's not this vibe at all. Get out of here. And this second piano needs some funky stuff. What's that gonna be? Is it this? Pretty sure it's not, but we'll see. And then maybe even, I'm just gonna check something on this. Nah. But I do enjoy a good pitch shifter. Let's see. So yeah, so sometimes when I'm just starting with no like ideas, these are usually the things I would like mess around with just to see more like that stumble upon something.
You're creating a vibe.
Yeah. But there's no like set of rules or anything. It's just like trying out things. Oh, there we go. See, just accidents. Just see how many accidents until it gets really crash and burn, and then I stop usually. Where's that really boring, where is it? It's in miscellaneous vintage drum machines. No, it's either it's Boss. That's the one. One of them at least. And of course it did that there. Oh, Serum 1, what am I doing? Muscle memory. Zoning. Okay. So now, I'm gonna try. See if this works. Random off. Fine.
So he'll use FL11, but he will not use Serum 1 ever again. Those are your paradoxes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please remember to like the stream. Alex is always too humble to ask.
There we go. Simple Reese. Pre-filter, post-filter. Distortion. EQ. Scoop. When I do EQing inside of Serum, we do have the privilege of using the note following, and same in Faceplant and other plugins too. So when I do EQing on a sound, it's, if you want that sound to sound consistent all over the keyboard, you use a key following so that the EQ follows. But you can do best of both worlds. Octave down, by the way. So. You can make a static one too on top, just so that area never ever opens up. So yeah, with Reese, for me, it's always important to get the tick 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 tick, and usually the distortion does that, because if you don't, you hear that it's just wobbling between the frequencies in dissonance, but the distortion will average out and basically create an audible gap between the frequencies, making the wobbly sounds. I actually think it's fun to make a manual Reese. A manual Reese being you use an LFO on the volume like this. You detune it, turn off the width like this. So now it's a, and then you use the note follower on the rate instead of using two oscillators. And this way you have way more control over that artifact of getting that pop coming. Then you find the sweet spot on the rhythm and all that junk. And then you can do some of the similar stuff. Oh, what am I doing? Sorry. The filter stuff. There we go. Maybe I should use a follow in here too. Thank you, Max, again, twice. Portishead, Trent Reznor, Moody, synthetic sounding drums. Yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Portishead's my favorite.
Yeah, Portishead's amazing. But yeah, I'm not using that. I'm just showing you guys, like, you can make a Reese without using two oscillators bumping into each other. But it does create more gnar, and that's what I'm trying to achieve in this case, is gnar. So let's try different wave fonts here. Actually, oh, did the camera die again? No, yeah. Let's see if it's dead or if it's just like being temperamental.
Yeah, your head's frozen again.
Yeah, it died. So I'm gonna change cameras real quick. Yeah, it's too bad the new camera I bought didn't work, because that would have been nice. Spent so much money on it. I'm just gonna make sure that the camera is okay.
Oh my God, you're the Zion guy.
Really?
Yeah, one of the comments from Eat Babies.
That's crazy.
That's funny. I wonder what their favorite track is.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know in the comment below. Okay.
What's your favorite Zion track below?
Okay. Oh, so much adjustment here. There we go. Doo. Can people see serum? Because it doesn't show to me. It just looks black. Are people seeing it even? Huh. Maybe. I don't know. Who cares? What I'm going to do is morph between them. Spectral. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do this? Let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta do it on both because I'm an idiot. Spectral. There we go. And I mean, what if we do a little slap on the beginning where it's like wonk? So what is on here? 32. 32.
Black screen.
Is it black? Can't see serum. Yeah, that's weird, right? Like it's super weird. I couldn't see it either on the stream. Huh? It's so weird.
OpenGL render?
Is that the problem?
Probably. That'll be my guess.
So, since we can see other plugins, it has to be like a serum specific bug.
Yeah, I'm seeing people stream Serum. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so that is interesting actually. Let's see if we can go into the I'm just going to check the options here.
He says zoom out, homie. It's your head. No.
Zoom out?
Zoom out on what, Danny?
Um
I got this.
so oh, yeah, it doesn't handle the zoom thing maybe. Maybe that's the thing. Let's put the zoom on
So
normal.
so here's an interesting thing. So they see
Default.
it in the video chat layer.
Okay.
So this is a render problem.
Yeah, I don't know
Oh no, there's some like when you move it over to that little space where the browser's rendering, you can see it. So maybe expand the browser to like
the browser?
hack it. Like where you got the chat, you can see it in there. When you move it in the stream, you can see Serum in the background.
Huh. Huh.
It's fucking weird.
That is
It's
strange.
probably because the browser is overtaking uh the render priority.
Mm,
So maybe close the chat for now. See if it fixes that.
no, it
And
didn't.
I'll
Now I don't have any chat
no.
anymore. I
And
don't have any
but
chat.
let's see if we can see.
Now I don't have any chat. Where's my
Well,
chat?
well, well, no, close that whole window.
What? I did.
That whole window's overtaking your render priority, or expand that window all the way.
I closed it. It's not gone forever. I cannot. I don't have any chat anymore. It's gone. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna stop using Serum, I guess, and then move on.
We're so close to a fix.
No, we're not. We're super far away.
Yeah, we are, because what's happening is that window that you have separated for the chat is overtaking the
Yeah,
render
but I
priority.
closed it, bro. It's gone. It's over. It didn't fix it.
You closed the chat, but you
Yes.
didn't close the window in fuck, what's the streaming software?
Oh, OBS?
Badass. OBS, yes. The
Yeah.
OBS frame
Yes.
is overtaking the render.
Yes, it is closed in OBS as well.
I still see it on the
Oh,
stream.
no, it's gone. That's just my chat window and Zcam. It was the Zcam.
Josh means the capture instance.
Yeah, so
Okay,
maybe if I turn off you, let's take away the Zcam then. Maybe you were the problem. Remove Zcam.
Always a problem.
It didn't help. So, oh, screen. I think I know what's wrong. I used the wrong. There we go. I used
There you go.
FL Studio instance instead of screen capture, like a dumbass.
Yes.
Because
So
this is a very
the Undead 2012. Thank
because
you.
64-bit plugins, they are embedded and they're not inside of FL Studio technically. They're their own window entity. So yeah, solved that problem. But now I don't have any chat anymore, so that's fun.
Not the chat. I'm looking.
Okay, tell me what's up then. I'm out.
Yeah, well, Maximilian just super chatted you the tanking serum one to get you to buy two. LOL.
Okay, let me.
That's it.
Okay, cool.
We're good. Continue. Oh, is your camera frozen again? Yes, your camera's also not frozen.
My God, so much problems. Jesus Christ, leave me alone for 2 seconds.
We gotta figure out this whole remote production thing, dude.
Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. Okay.
Gotta teach the baby how to do this.
Yeah. Oh my God, this thing.
And don't refresh the camera. He looks so vulnerable and surprised in this shot.
So there we go. Jesus Christ, can I make some music now? Is it possible?
Yes.
Is it allowed to actually focus? Okay. Awesome. Wow. I get so out of it when I have to do so many other things. Let's turn off this. So yeah, let's see. I'm never. I don't. Everybody is very like OTT. I'm not a super huge fan of OTT, but sometimes it works. This one's a lot better because you can really pinpoint the starting point of the band, which I really like. Wow, that does a lot, huh? Now it's working. There, okay. That's a lot of work for this little sound. Okay, let's see.
Yoy. Actually, that's better in post. Let's see.
Okay, and then weights. Let's see. Take away this. Let's record. See if we can do something fun with just sampling it. Okay, there we go. Now we'll just put it there. Save some CPU. This needs to be here. Also, I think I get the echo from your headphones.
Getting it from me.
Yeah, I think I'm getting some echo. I heard myself. I'm gonna turn off this syncopation here. This octave jump is a little scary. I'm scared. Where is it? Let's see. Oh yeah, there's exactly what I was looking for. Really like this quick, easy ring modulation thing, especially for rides and crashes and hi-hats, because there's something about these high frequencies when they do get a ring on them. They can morph hi-hats and crashes into different timbres of that. Does get some artifacting and stuff, but you know, everything's modulation's gonna do stuff to it. Oh, that's cute. Little sweet. But yeah, enough for this one. Let's see. Ookie, ookie. I like. Okay, we're good. So yeah, the piano is still needs to do this. Phasers make sounds extremely unstable in volume, because when two phases align, it will multiply amplitude, and when they're phasing off from each other, they'll make the sound weaker. So unless you use compressors on it and really, like, you know, you gotta wrangle it a little bit when you use phasers, especially the old school rack phasers and stuff like that. Modern phasers can be more, you know, synchronized and stuff like that. But I remember working with like rack phasers back in the day and stuff. Like, it would just completely, you'd have to have it very minimal on the mix to make it sound usable, or compress the fuck out of it. But then you get distortion and stuff like that, so you can't win. Okay, we're in some hip hop territory there. Oh yeah, this is like some old hip hop pack, drum packs. Let's see.
Explode. I guess you. Alright. You drive me crazy.
What the time you have to
Listen, man, I've told you once. I've told you.
Okay. There we go. And then so is that here? Too fast. Actually, it's a dotted. What if I slide this while it's on the steady note? Maybe that will be fun. So once I make something that has a rhythm, it could be an LFO on whatever plugin. Do this a lot in melodic techno and stutter house too, where you want that LFO on whatever you're doing to match the rhythm of the track. So it's really fun to kind of make sure that you can control the LFO. And then you start hearing rhythms, and then you can start manipulating even more to make it fit to what kind of rhythm you imagine it being. That's what I'm hearing, right? So I'm trying to do that. So let's see. Almost. Pretty close. And then I usually use these curves if it's like tiny bit off or on, just to like slide it around. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's a little fast. You can either decrease it or... Yeah, that's nice. And then we go back to normal again. Reset. And that fast one is a little too fast to my taste. This one. So let's... I like triplets with Reese's. They sound really good. Da, 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 da. See if we can make triplets on most of them. Okay, so we got a solo. Okay. Yeah, I can't see the chat. Maybe I kind of want the chat. It's kind of weird when I don't have the chat. It feels very awkward. So let me get the chat. See if I can get the chat. I'll just open it up in a regular window. Can I open up a new window? Yes, let's open up a new window and put it in. Does that work? Yes. Okay, very good. I just like to have the chat. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Back on track. Oh, that's a little big, but we'll manage. Okay.
Camera's frozen again.
Okay. Oh, it's because I oh my god. Leave me alone, people. I mean,
the chat's doing good. They're just listening. Don't worry about the chat. We got it. If something pops up, I'll let you know, dude. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Let me know. Let me know. know, we gotta do the puberty simulator.
All right, what is that?
It's a plugin. I don't even know where I got it. It doesn't even have an interface. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Spicy. Shit, can get this sort of shit for free. What am I buying? What am I buying? Tell me. Woo!
Ooh.
Let's go. Okay, so if we put a gate on that, I don't know if that's possible, but we'll see. Maybe. Woo! I don't know if I can find the... Yeah, it's annoying, but it was cute for a second, right? Like... I love how it has two modes, very broken, and also very broken, and it gives me a pop-up message with access error every time I muck around.
Super broken.
Atmospheric and very cute song. So, you know that feeling when you're backstage? Oh, that's probably not. But some people have been backstage. You've been to a bathroom at a club or at a place, and you hear the bass kind of rumbling in the air conditioner and the pipes, where you just hear you hear the song in the background, like, and then it hits that resonance that hits in the pipes, and it goes like in the wall, or it does like
Yes. And it's not your belly or your ass making those sounds, bro. It's the balls.
yeah. Oh, why is this such a CPU hog? I get it, Jesus. Okay. Relax. Actually, I might actually have to use the high pass here. I thought I wasn't gonna have to use it, but... I use a... I do that smacking sound all the time. It's so annoying. I throw a flangus on stuff once in a while. And the surround flangus...
Flangus.
Flangus.
Flangus
Such
is
a
awesome.
cheap way of getting stuff to kind of go stereo. Okay. And then maybe something... Wait a second. Give me a second here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can make Reese's here too. It's probably... more efficient for the CPU. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm making something more tonal. How am I going to approach this?
Dun dun
Dun,
dun.
dun, dun. I don't know if I have the CPU to go crazy. So yeah, I think actually it's pretty fun that I'm getting a little restricted with the CPU, because then I can't just like drown things. I have to be pretty tactical about where I'm going to open, so I just don't go crazy. And I have to kind of be smart about it. Shelving. Hell no. Okay, now we need to drown it. It's too bad this pitch pedal thing, it's trying to be a pitch shifter, but it's not as good as the kilohertz one. Where's the best place to find all these plugins? I feel severely underequipped while watching. What plugins are you talking about? Like Guitar Rig? I think Guitar Rig is one of the most famous plugins in the whole world. It's Native Instruments Guitar Rig. It's a guitar. It's made for guitarists, but I just use it as an effect rack. Most of these come with FL Studio. I think the only plugins I'm using here that are a little bit like off the beaten path is this one. It's from Melda Production. It's free. It's a reverb, and then Soft Vacuum, and Testosterone Boy. No, what was it called again? Puberty Simulator.
Purity Simulator.
They don't even have an
that's funny
interface. I don't remember where I found them. It's definitely some GitHub type stuff. Most of these plugins are free. Like this one too, Dubstation, that's a free plugin. Saturation Knob, that's a free plugin. Soft Vacuum, of course, I found it on GitHub, so that's free. Fab Filter is not free. That's expensive. But that's an investment. Everybody who's a producer who worth their salt is going to have Fab Filter. These kilohertz things, they come if you buy Faceplant. You get them as effects, as all the modules as effects, which is handy because I want to use them outside of. But I think one of the most popular effects you could ever have is, because it's rack based and it will save you the load, is using a Serum or Serum 2 FX mode, where you can basically run things through the effect rack inside of Serum. And I use that a lot, but I use it mostly for vocals for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, so that's yeah, my CPU is taking a hit. I don't know if I can turn down the latency anymore. But maybe if I try to turn on Switch Smart Disable. Always thought that the word smart, every time I see smart disable, I always think about people with autism.
Sorry, guys.
Every time I see the word disabled, I think about me for some reason. I don't know why. Is it like...
Bro, you're weaponized autism. That's why I sent you that.
Fucking... I got the... No offense to anybody. I'm just making a joke, but like I've been bitten by the what do they call it? The woke mind virus. I'm what's it called? I'm victimizing myself.
Wait,
every time
you didn't
disabled.
get the vaccine back in 2020 or whatever?
Listen, somebody got a vaccine for me to get autism, right? No, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna.
Bro, it could have been the magnetic fucking field that you were born in. You know what I mean? Like there was an aurora borealis that was so intense while you were born that's when it all happened. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah. So paramedic.
It's a mystery.
Paramedic. I call it paramedic, like ambulance. Ambulance EQ2 can be taxing on the CPU when HQ is enabled. Well, it's always enabled on me. I have a terrible computer, and I probably have 600 parametric EQs on, and I don't really feel that, really. So it must be something particular with your system. Okay. I was trying to make a melody thing here, or something. But I think I'm going to sample it because I told you guys on the previous stream that I call these fractal sounds, and Razer, the plugin Razer, does it a lot, where when you make a patch, because of the filters you're using inside the plugin, if you just change the pitch a little bit, it's a completely different sound. And this one, like those are different sounds, right? So I want to find a sound that that's the one I like, and I'll render that out and use the sample. And it's not always about finding the cleanest one. It's just about that one that kind of like tickles your ear a little bit. So I don't know if I like that reverb so much, or where it should be in the chain. It's probably... Oof, that's ugly. It's probably the stereo bullshit I'm doing here. Is there another stereo bullshit I'm doing? There you go. There, it went away. Okay. I always get scared when I get like forced stereo in plugins because the side mid information might get swapped, and I don't want any cancellation when I go to mono. Oh, now this sounds good again. Okay, let's see if we can turn everything down. Another reverb that's interesting, but you know you can't. It gets tiresome. Is this replica thing? It can be cool for metallic things. I use it sometimes on snare hits and cymbals to make it sound more cymbally. Okay. Woo, that's dark. But not in a bassy way, but it's just like dark. Like a Viking foghorn from hell. Oh my god, I need to save that for later. That's a cool sound. Okay. That metallic horn, distant. Let's see. Let's put it in here. Now it sounds like shit. What happened?
Oh.
Okay, let's just do a couple of these and then move on. Okay. See, there you go. Oh, is it amplitude? Is it velocity? It's fucking velocity.
What?
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, when the velocity, well, whatever. Velocity was too high, so it sounded like shit, but now it sounds good. Okay. Oh, Jim. I gotta go to sleep. Been a blast. Happy to see you. Hear you guys again. Stay awesome. Yeah, you too, Jim. Take care. Thank you for dropping by. Stay cool. Yeah, these are cool drones. I'll make it into like a loop point on it, and oh, I hate when that happens. Okay, let's see. Do another F. Did we do that F? I think so. Yeah, we did that F. Let's go to C. Oh, that's why, because I'm recording while there's still tail. Okay. Yeah, that sounds more like machinery, really. I need to take away something for that to wobble. It's probably here. Nope. Once more. No. This? Okay. It's okay. Nobody's gonna die. I promise. Okay, but this was not really what I was supposed to do. But here we are doing stuff we're not supposed to. It's okay. Because these are not really good melody. Need to render something higher. Oh Lord, that's crazy. Sounds like these kind of folkish over like harmonics, overtone type flutes. Okay, we're getting into hell territory. Okay, we're gonna go back in here. I think it's that pitch thing I'm doing. There we go. And hope you guys like annoying sounds.
Super fun, bro.
Producing music is like 90% of this shit. It's not glamorous at all.
Until it is.
Yeah.
And that's all just for the camera, really.
Okay, that might be something I can make into a lead instrument. I'm gonna try to release that modulation a little bit. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Take it easy. Cover your ears. Oh, that's a nice sound. Oh, a little ploppy. Maybe I should just record it again without the plop. This can be because of the envelope, and it's a very hard release, creating some zero crossing issues. Okay. You notice the reverb cutting early there is because I have on this thing called Switch Smart Disable for plugins, which means if you look here, it says Smart Disable. So when a threshold is met on the volume inside the mixer here, it will tell it like, okay, nothing important's happening here right now. Switch off everything to save CPU, basically. That's okay. I'm not crying. It's a trade-off. And now I'm gonna try to make this into a lead. So what I'll do is click edit here. I'll have to normalize this. Normalize. You could do trim, but there is a chance you would have to go back in manually anyway, because if you see here, it does have this little poot. So let's take away this. I love the little whomp it has at the beginning. It has a little boop. And it's very nice. So what we're going to do is, you can see the cutoff here, or the end. It has a plop at the end. So that's basically where we're going to cut the sound. In that area. Here. And then it is stereo. You can see the red channel and the blue channel separated here, and they're going out of phase constantly. So finding a loop point like this one in the super zero on both channels is basically what we're going to be looking for. And I kind of want a long portion of it to be looped. So since it doesn't have a tail coming from the beginning, I think we can start pretty early to loop it. Let's go to Tools and to Tune Loop. Well, it does have a little bit of like a bam, 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 bam rhythm going in it anyway, so I'm not going to fight that too much. Where am I going to save this? That's the bigger question. Let's go to Sub and to Synth Design, Stream, Oski Waski. There we go. And then Synth Design, Stream. And now I can turn off my processing, and then I can start to design. And this, of course, sounds very dry and sampled, so I think it's important. God, I'm using so many mixer channels here for absolutely no reason. Okay. That's some really cheap 80s horror string for those zombie movies in the 80s where they didn't have any money. They would use reverb on crappy synths. Okay, let's try to make something useful and make this a pretty little song. Let's see. It's a little jazzy, so I think I'm going to do something a little jazzy with the melody too. What if it's not mono? And we're just using it like this. Oh, that dubstep immediately. PTSD. I was thinking about something bad, but I'm running out of Steam on the computer, so I'm thinking about doing something a little bit more like economical, something a little bit less expensive.
High school budget shit, bro.
Something that you guys could like, something we all can afford.
This economy.
Yeah, these are sounds that I made previously for a video game.
Vincent Price was the voice of the intro to Thriller.
Yes, and he was a dumbass because he took cash instead of taking royalties. Because he didn't think
they thirsty, bro.
he didn't think it was gonna be nothing racist. Motherfucker, he was like, well, I'm getting paid for this up front. I'm not taking no chances with this Michael whoever. Jackson 5. He missed out on that. You know who didn't miss out? Alex Guinness in the first Star Wars movie, who played Obi-Wan. He hated the role and he thought it was a dumbass movie, and I think he lowered his pay to get some royalties on toys and merchandising, and I don't think we ever saw him ever again. I know he was old and kind of like semi-retired or whatever, but he kind of like, that was money. He was a smart fella. For sure. Taking that royalty cash. So I have some like this is more like it's like a mix of drum and bass, jungle, and big beat. And one of my, I think it's on Krung. I have a track called, or do I? Do I have something? Did I have something like this? Was it not Eros? But no, it's not. Is it this one? Oh my god, I'm gonna get copyright struck by myself.
It started playing an ad for me when you did that.
Yeah. It's that jazz chords, jungle sounds, and a little slower tempo. I really like that. It reminds me really of like PlayStation 1 game music stuff. But of course I like it a little heavier. Instead of big beat, call it maybe small jungle, or tiny jungle.
Tiny Jungle's dope.
And is this something I would do? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. CPU, take it easy. We'll do 3. Okay, so if we do this. No. That sounds terrible. Get it out of here. But yeah, so it's all about the energy you're kind of doing, and like I said at the beginning of the production, it's like it's really difficult to kind of get in the mood. Listen, this is like so staged, you know, like it's so staged. There's no natural nothing going on here. I don't have time to sit here and kind of get a vibe. I'm just like, oh, there's a chat there. Josh is like, come on, bro, come on, in one ear, and then the chat's like,
Let's go!
fucking FL Studio, bro. What the hell is this 11? Are you retarded? You know, like it's just not very comfortable stuff. And also, I cannot use my, because most of the time I make music like this, but now. Oh, of course it crashed because it doesn't like switching. But yeah, so most of the time I can hear things and that's fine. And then it sounds great and I can use a lot of plugins. My CPU is great. But right now, let's say it's on the right sound card setting. I hear that, but y'all don't. So I could sit here and make fancy music, but nobody would hear it. I'm just trying to think, is there something interesting that I've been working on? Yes. I have tiny, shitty projects that I started yet today, this morning, that nothing came of. And let's take a listen if it works. Let's take a listen. Oh, I wanted to do this. Let's take a listen, guys. Come with me. Come on, let's go. Okay, let's see what this is. And turn on the shitty ACO thing. It needs to load the plugins. A little Nexus pad, some analog stuff, some strings, some Moog, the piano. It's not loading for some reason. Or is it because I'm muted or something? No. It just doesn't want to load. It's the felt piano basic. Let's just try to open that again then.
Hey, I'm gonna save you some CPU because I was just called to duty, sir.
Oh, well, are you gonna go wipe?
Yeah, I have to go do some things.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. I'll call when I'm done with the thing. Maybe you'll be available.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay.
Later, chat.
Bye. Bye, guys. Okay. I don't think Josh has anything to do with the CPU, but I don't think WhatsApp uses a lot of. But if he doesn't want to be with us, he doesn't want to be with us. That's fine. Go check this out. I hope the piano loads this time. No bueno, no piano. I don't know why it's doing that. So if I click new, we had that piano earlier. The lo-fi piano. Should work. Should work. But maybe it doesn't. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, I think I need to like do a little cleanup here. Okay, what's eating up my thing? Okay, I can't really turn off Chrome because my stream is dependent on that. So let's just try again. And now it is on this. Let's turn on the piano because I really want to listen to that track. It was a cozy track. Okay, now it works. So let's try again. Go to a Fool or whatever, and then see if it's loading. Like I said on the last stream, when I need some really quick and nice string sounds for like a very cheap, fast production, I usually use the Nexus patch with the Hollywood strings. Sounds very nice, and with the modulation and stuff. Very nice. I enjoy using it. I also use my Hans Zimmer. Also very nice, but it's very taxing, so maybe that is why. Okay, here we go. Piano was working. Whee! Just had to, punch the car a little bit, and it was gonna start. Let's see what this is. that happened. Okay, now I'm just I'm just freestyling here. Completely. Super freestyle. But this shit like puts you in the zone. For real. Totally zones me out a little bit. Okay. I got heavy. I'm just gonna get something to drink, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. You guys can, maybe not look at the trench coat guy, but we can listen to. It's been like an ambient vibey date for me. Kind of. Okay, I'll be right back. About equal it. Oh, that's like, yeah, it's nice. Okay, I'll beat the shot. I'm gonna be back in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. So what I want to do, I thought about it. I kind of want to ask you guys. I kind of want to change this background first. Fucking ADHD brain. Is this black one? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lord. Okay. So, talk to me, guys. Let's talk. So, I'm here. I'm at your disposal. What you guys got? What's on your mind? Do you have any questions that needs answering, or are you looking for some advice or tips for music stuff? Because we got it. We got it right here. I want to put on something super chill. Last Supper, indie rock. What am I doing? Jazz album. We're gonna put on two very soft jazzy tracks called Smooth Jazz Heaven, and then the other one is called. Let's start with that one. Where's the other one? What's the other one called again? Oh, it's called Reset. I really love jazz. I'm not trained at all, so I wouldn't. Okay, so here we go. Let's chat. Let's do it. Let's release Hex. So Hex is pretty much done. I'm getting more and more happy with it every day. I work on it. And it's gonna get done. I just got in touch with my publisher for real. My publisher's called Label Works, and we haven't talked together in years, like 10 years maybe, like for real. So we had a meeting the other day, and they were super happy that I'm getting back into it. And you know, they manage my catalog, so you know, they want me to succeed and they want me to release stuff. So they want to help me put out music and promote it and stuff. So we talked about releasing some more singles for the Hex. So I'm lining up 2 more songs, I think, that I'm going to release before I put out the actual EP. So the EP might come out in early August maybe, and then 2 more songs before that, like one in June and one in July, and then the EP in August. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, let's go through the channel real quick here. So let's see. I've never been to Japan. Me and my wife will probably go there at some point. She also is very interested in Japanese culture. Train station stuff is, I don't think needs to be copyright cleared, because it's very good luck finding out where that's from, or you know, it's so blurred and in the background, and I definitely don't think you have to copyright clear a background thing like that. Spotify is technically not the best place to listen to high definition music. It's more of a very fast-paced, compressed thing. They do a lot of secret mumbo jumbo behind the veil, where they level your songs without telling you, and they squish it and stretched it and amplitude and stuff. So it's technically not the whatever you're hearing on Spotify isn't what I rendered. So that's a good thing to know. We need to, if Spotify's listening, which is not Daniel Ek, whatever he's called. I love you guys, bruh. Fucking yay, Spotify. But at the bottom of my heart, I think that system and that sort of shit sucks. Where the tech companies are making money on the musicians and musicians are making nothing. I don't think I'm making anything on Spotify. So you guys are enjoying your free radio bullshit where you're making playlists or listening on your phone and stuff, but nobody's getting supported by that. Nobody's making money. Artists have to tour because we don't make money on releasing music. We might as well, like when I release music, it's for free. Because there's no... Bandcamp is the only place where people would pay for something. And YouTube ad money and Spotify... like it's pennies over time, so it's not really a functional place for me to survive as a musician. I have to tour to make money, or I do commissioned work, like make a soundtrack for a video game or stuff like this to survive. Like I cannot survive of just putting out music on Spotify. I will die poor and hungry if I do that. But okay, let's listen to Reset and put this on a loop. Let's just go through the questions so I don't babble too much about poor me. I would love to release the ambient stuff. I just have to have my mind on the prize right now. I don't miss Norwegian pizza because I live in Norway, so I eat that shit all the time. Like my wife commented in the chat. If you weren't a music producer, what do you think you would do? I would be a 3D artist probably. Yeah, I know you guys haven't seen the best stuff probably of what I posted. I haven't posted most of my stuff that I made for games or stuff like that. Rigging and animation and stuff like that. It's pretty stuff I keep to myself. But yeah, I would work in probably video games as a 3D modeler or as a game developer. That is my hobby though. So before I did survived off music, I did web design and stuff like that. So Serum tutorials. I don't think I am the guru on Serum. I know my way around it, and I could probably make a lot of stuff in it. But maybe burger ingredients. I'm pretty basic Asperger. That sounded weird. I mean autistic. So like patty, bread, salad, like some sort of sauce. Usually it's some sort of Thousand Island type sauce, ketchup, maybe mustard, maybe onions, and then melted cheese, bacon if necessary. Of course, I do love like a gourmet burger that does a little bit extra, but I'm not that good, so I can't make that on my own. What sound monitors are you using? I use Genelex, and I use Sennheiser headphones. My Genelex are amazing. When you learn to use your monitors, you really know what to do in any type of genre and sound and stuff. So it's important to stick to what you have. I think, personal opinion. How hard is mastering and getting a perfect sound? To me, my brain, I think mastering is probably the hardest part of... Well, you don't need to master a lot if you mix good. Let's put it that way. That's a good answer to the question. If you mix really well, you don't have to master. If you do select your sounds really well, you don't have to mix. So it's like a trickle. It's a pyramid. Like choose your sounds really well, and you don't have to mix a lot. If you mix well, you don't have to master a lot. Yeah. If you have to master a lot on the track, other than loudness and some dipping on the low end, stuff like that, you are mixing wrong. if the stereo's off. You can do this in mixer channels. You don't have to do it on the master channel. Show us some stuff you made in Unreal Engine. Yeah, I made a bunch of prototypes and games in Unreal. And actually, let us take a little look on that, and then we'll go through it next time, perhaps. Is it here? Sound design? Let's see. Alex. Sound design. Where is it? Game production? Sound design. I'm looking for sound design specifically. My brain's a little, I have a lot of projects going on. Game dev move. Sound design reel. There you go. Okay. Okay. So this was just like an advertisement for sound design for video games, because I want to work as a sound designer in video games. Hello. So I made this reel, and most of these games, except for Savant Descent, and I think, and Vikings on Trampolines, is games that I've made in Unreal, and I'll show you when I get there, okay? So this is Vikings on Trampolines. It's a game I made with Simon and Jeremy on D-Pad Studio. I made all the sounds, and I made all the sounds for this, the music, and I also directed the voice acting, and the red Viking is my voice. This is a game I made called Battle Balls. Sounds corny as fuck, but it's like a flipper game. You know, those old arcade flipper games, but it's mixed with a little modern, almost like RPG game type stuff, Japanese inspired mech anime type stuff. It's very prototype, so it's a little raw, but you got to start somewhere to make a game. So I made everything you see here. I made the shader for the water. I made all the 3D, the basic 3D stuff. I made the characters. I animated them. I made the overlays. I made the sound effects. I made the music. Everything. There's no what's it called? Assets you download. None of that stuff. Everything is handmade. So this is from Savant Descent. It's the game I made with my boys at D-Pad Studio again. You can buy this on Steam. This is a game I worked on called Clown Out. I've shown some snippets of it on my Instagram and Twitter and stuff. It's basically you're a clown, like a clown trapped in a circus, and you have to kind of like box your way to the top and get out of the circus, because you're an attraction and you become sentient and kind of want to be your own being, but you're trapped in the circus. So yeah, again, here I made absolutely everything. You see the 3D models, the textures, the sounds, the effects, the shaders, everything in Unreal. Yeah, again, Savant Descent. This video is basically to show off my sound design stuff. Can you guys even see this video? No, I don't use Blender. I use 3D Studio Max. I'm old school. Just like FL Studio, I use old stuff. This is the Krang game. I've never ever shown this to anybody outside of me and my two friends. Nobody's ever seen this. We were like 20% in the production with the game. I just had to do level design and make some more enemies, and it was good. I got some boss fights in, and I made all the music for it. Like, I have a whole soundtrack for it. I made like probably 600 sound effects for it. I made probably like 300 unique 3D models for it. And the thing with this game is that it's not 3D, it's 2.5D. So the model you see here is pre-rendered. It's just high definition pre-rendered. And then what I did on top of that, this is very unorthodox. I put to people who know how video game or 3D works, I put a normal map on top of the texture so that when the lighting in the environment hits the texture, it looks like it's 3D, but it's not 3D. It's a sprite. It's just a high resolution sprite. So all the enemies in the game are pre-rendered. It's just I wanted it to look a little high def. So it's like a high def pre-rendered video game. So these designs are all Morgan, who designed the Void album cover and the Krang album cover, and I was like, I want to make a video game out of the Krang thing, and it's set in like a vampire universe. So I basically wanted it to be a Krang game, but I wasn't gonna call it Krang. The game is called Bloodthirst, like the song. So. Yeah, I made a lot of work on this, but we can go through that on a separate time. I just want to skip through it real quick so you guys can see all the video game stuff I worked on. And then, of course, I love Unreal Engine, and I love to sit and just try code and coding and learn to code. And I coded a slot machine, which is pretty hard. And then I coded also Blackjack, the card game. Which is also pretty hard, but I got it. So now I know how to do that in C++. So again, Savant Descent. Here's more footage from Clown Out, the boxing game I talked about earlier. Here's more from the Krang game. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. This is like the main Goomba monster, or the foot soldier. It's like a feral vampire in like a, what's it called, like a straight jacket kind of thing. The design is made by Morgan, and then I made it in 3D based on his specs. Pre-rendered it into sprites, imported it into Unreal, and made it into like a animation, like a 2D animation like you would see in Doom or Duke Nukem or those old 90s boomer shooters things, but it's more high resolution. And the music was of course going to be metal mixed with Baroque classical stuff. More Savant Descent. And from Vikings on Trampolines. This was in the, like, a lot of this footage was in the trailer of the video game. They're still working on that. So hopefully it will be out maybe late this year or next year. This is a prototype I started working on called Bug Boy, where you're basically it's like I started it as an RTS, but it turned into more like a top-down action platformer type thing. And you're basically a little boy running around, and then you jump into your like ladybug mech and do tasks and open up gates and fight big monsters and shoot. It's like a tank mech thing. So you basically shoot and grab things and do all the big stuff with your mech, and then you do all your small exploration, talking to strangers and adventure stuff with your character model. Again, this guys can see I'm using temporary textures to kind of just like block out the levels and to just like prototype. And this is super important that you don't jump straight into production mode when you're doing demos, because when you're working alone on things will stop. You will stop working on it at some point, and it sucks if you put a lot of effort into a lot of material. Just like the Krang game, right? I put a lot of effort into that. A year or two of my life was just straight punching into that video game, and all this is made in Unreal. Unreal is my engine. Here's more from Krang. This is the train level. It's like the textures are very temporary. I was gonna make a new model for the train interior, so it looks very like bombastic. Like The game would be very inspired by the anime called Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. So it would have that sort of like design where it's like super over the top, gothic. No, we're not going to release Krang. This is canceled. Like, this is never going to see the light of day. Yeah, more Savant Descent. And here's more Clown Out. It's one of the first bosses in the game.
Hey! Don't make me hurt you.
So yeah, I've done a lot of. I have more. So I really like video game development. I have another game I'm working on now on my hobby time. It's gonna get a name soon, at some point, but it's gonna be very Duke Nukem inspired, boomer shooter, pixelated, pre-rendered type game like this. Let's see, yeah. Test shot. I posted on Twitter about it, but I don't really talk about it. But yeah, I'm working on that right now. I started the animations for my first enemy, which is gonna be this guy. It's gonna be like those 80s movies that are about the streets are, you know, riddled with punks and creeps and overflooded with criminal street hood stuff and just like bad vibes all over the place, and you have to clean up the streets because you're like fucking, you know, Mel Gibson and Lethal Weapon basically, and or you know, Charles Bronson and Death Wish. You're just like, these punks are taking over the streets, we gotta clean it up. So vigilante justice type stuff. So you're basically like an off-duty cop, or you're on suspension and you're basically going around and this is very similar to the Krang game, where I'm pre-rendering high-definition 3D sprites, but I'm trying to make it look a little bit more... Oh, wait, give me a second. I think the camera took a hit. It's done. It's cooked. You gotta look at my pretty little still there for a second. So yeah, so it's a little bit more low-res than Krang. It's supposed to be a little crunchy and 90s looking, because I really like Duke Nukem and stuff like that. So I kind of wanted to make something a little Duke Nukem-ish. So that's just something I'm working on in my off time. So I'm doing a lot of 3D modeling and stuff like that, just to... Yeah, actually, I recycled the machine gun from Krang into this game because I didn't want to lose it. I really love that World War II type machine gun that you kind of hold on the side. It's just something that looks very like, I don't know, you're handling it, the gun. And I love weapons in FPS where you can actually see both hands, or at least the left hand on a gun is so usually hidden, and it's really nice to be able to actually see some hand on that. But yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm doing. Here are some tests. I'm just testing. Of course, I'm not going to use any AK-47. It looks like shit. I want unique things. But anyway, that's what I'm doing once in a while. Critique my song, Samurai, Maximilian Mace. Are you sure about that? Sure about that? Sure about that? Are you sure about that? But yeah, video games is my kind of like second calling in life. Like when I hit my 30s, I was just like, you know what? Fuck music. I want video games. It's running through my blood. Ever since I was a kid, I was always in Paint making mock-ups for video games that I could never make. But now that I know how to code, it's easier to sit down and actually do stuff. I'm also working on another FPS with a guy from Canada called Deep State. It's like a GoldenEye, Deus Ex 90s, like early 2000s type FPS game. Little immersive sim-ish, but it's mostly like action, spy, CIA type stuff. We just put out a trailer that I edited and made music for and stuff. And if you follow Frogman Dev on Twitter or Instagram, you can see all the posts from. It's spelled. Actually, let me post a link for you guys so you guys can. Frogman Dev. Here he is. Let me post a link in there. Go follow that. And here you can see the game that I'm working on, and you can also hear my music. So I'm making video game music for that, and sound effects and stuff like that. So it's very cool. My camera has crashed. I know. It's my battery's empty. It's okay. We'll survive. We'll just live without it. It's always at the end of the stream. It always dies. Okay, Max. If you send me a link somehow, I can do that. I can critique it. I'll be fine. But I'm gonna be honest with you. But you have to give me some sort of link or something. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I got so caught up in my video game stuff that I forgot to take a look at all these comments that you guys posted. I'm just gonna scroll real quick through. How are okay, blah blah blah. The Vex demos will like the Vex stuff is. I want to make Vex at some point, but it's not going to be Savant necessarily. It's going to be very pop. Do you still keep in touch with Seamless? Or like he's a really cool dude, and I don't really know what happened to him, or we haven't kept in touch. But he commented on my last video or the one before that, so he's alive, which is good to hear. I would really like to see where he's at these days. Some day ago, I removed. Oh, Spotify changed my life. Yeah, auto normalization on Spotify is the key to remove. Have you tried releasing music via value for value? I don't know. Okay, that sounds a little too complicated. Sadly, I don't know any good Spotify alternatives. Well, I use Winamp, and I have all my music on my computer or my devices. Like I use VLC on my phone or Dropbox, and I put all those. Like I live in the '90s still. Like I make my own playlist on my MP3 player. I don't use cloud services of any kind except for Dropbox. Never thought it was that bad with royalties on stream. Yeah, you don't make anything on music. Music is I'm doing this pro bono. I'm doing this for the grace of everybody. I make more on super chats than I do on Spotify. In just the 3 months I've been streaming, I made more money on that than I have on 2 or 3 years of Spotify. So you guys have been very kind to me with the super chats. So please send some super chats when you feel like it. It really helps because the Spotify stuff is not doing anything. What about big channels to feature your songs like Tasty? Yeah, Tasty. But all those channels are kind of like gone with the wind. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not as big as they used to be. And I'm not making that sort of monster cat cheese kitty pop bop bullshit. You know, so. I don't know. Have you ever considered? I'm so sorry if I offended anybody with that statement, by the way. Have you ever considered doing some sort of feedback stream where people submit their? I really don't like that because I hate everything and I hate my own stuff. Like I'm a very like I don't really enjoy anything, so it would be very rough for everybody, and I would get depressed, and everybody would just hear negative things from me, and I want to be positive. I want to stay positive. Would be super interesting to hear you dig into the production of people's work. There we go. I think artists should have a donation on Bandcamp. You can pay whatever you want for tracks. Super stressing this point. A lot of people who buy an album or whatever, sometimes they pay $60 or $100, and that goes a long way for Papa Alex. I promise you. I bought around 200 of these songs a few months ago because. Yes, OGG files. Nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Do you have a second job just to have a backup? So I do game dev stuff and I do audio stuff on the side. So I do get by. I do get some commissioned work once in a while. Oh boy, Lul, I'm scared, Lul. What would you do if you didn't have a computer? That's a hard question, actually. Yes, it is. But I would probably draw on a with pen and paper, or play guitar, or play piano, or watch TV. Why don't you use Donalink instead of Super Chat? YouTube takes 25% of the Super Chat, while PayPal. I have a donation link on my YouTube for PayPal. It's a link right there in my links. You can donate to my PayPal if you want to, at any point in time. Let's see if I can find the link. I know this is really sellout and stuff like that, but you know, your boy needs to eat. Yada yada yada. So 5 more links. Donate. You see here. Copy link address. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, that's really terrible. Oh, whoa. Get the hell out of there. That was way more link than I wanted to do. So paypal.com/ PayPal me / Savant official. So if you guys want to help out and donate a little bit or something, that's the link to do it. So sorry for that. That's the little, you know. Let's see. I'm a guitarist doing bass 7-string and 8-string covers. There's one I made playing Winter in Hollywood Virus. That's super cool. That's actually super cool. Let me. I can't open up your profile here. Oh, channel activity. Go to channel. Let me just have that. I'll go check it out after the stream. Promise. Lejeb. He's got Asperger's. Okay, mustard, ketchup, pickle. Pickle. I like the smell of pickles, but I don't like the texture. I'm a weirdo. Do you read novels? I am dyslexic as an F, Kennebenso. So I have to do audiobooks. I'm really embarrassed. But I do read Wikipedia like it's nobody's business. I can read like 700 pages on Wikipedia for some reason, but if I open up a book, it's all ants. Does that make any sense? It's so weird. But I do have some favorite books though. But it's more like fiction, crime novel type stuff. By the way, you are the reason why I got into music production. Super cool. This sounds like a really bad advice, but there is it's a two-edged sword to making music your livelihood. So if it's a hobby for you and you have a well-paying job, fucking good for you. It's great to have stability and not have the pressure of music, the beautiful thing, music being the thing that you have to rely on to make money. I'm very lucky that I know music to the nth degree so that I can twist it into some sort of financial thing if it doesn't work with the thing I'm doing. I could make hip-hop beats for trap beats. I could make Hollywood stuff, movie music, game music, these sort of things to survive if my EDM crap doesn't work. So will you ever release something similar to the Outkast album? Outkast was like just like, oh shit, so many unreleased scrap tracks that I play live. Let's just put them on a collection. So I don't know. Because it's unmastered and I have no control. It's something I'm not a big fan of, but maybe. I'm not gonna say no. What are your thoughts on the pyramids of Giza? Do you really think the floor humans settled? No, I don't. I think humans made that stuff, and I think people really don't comprehend how amazing humans are and what we're capable of when we put our minds to things. Things get lost in time, things get buried, and civilizations that are built on tyranny will often lose all of their context when they're done, like the Egyptians and the Cleopatra reign and all that stuff, and also with Caesar and Rome, and it gets lost, because they were not the victors. But Hode, I know whether I picked a good sound. Oh, to reduce mixing, to reduce Hode. Okay, that's taste. That's called taste. Der Gepunkt, German. Apparently Deutschland. Deutsch. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. Nein, sprechen nicht the Deutsch. Ich spreche Deutsch nicht gesprochen. No, ich nicht Deutsch gesprochen. No, I don't speak German. You know if it's a good sound when you have taste. So if you don't have taste, then you're stuck at square one. Taste is the first and only thing you really need to make music. Just like an artist or art director or director of a movie, you don't have to be really good at the actual creating of it. As long as taste is more important. The craftsmanship is something you develop over time. You develop engineering skills, you develop mastering skills, you develop sound design skills, but your taste, that's invaluable. So I'm really terribly sorry to say that anybody who doesn't have taste when you start out, you're gonna struggle and maybe imitate more than you should, or try to fit in more than you should, or do tutorials more than you think you should be doing, and have this lack of identity. I think when you don't have taste. So taste is super important, and taste is you can find your taste by finding out what you're used to like when you were a kid. But listen, I grew up on 80s rock and metal and 90s like rave music and trance and movie music, but I'm not trying to copy Hans Zimmer and doing Hans Zimmer over here. That's not going to be a success. You're just transferring one thing over to the other and trying to make like a mimicry. I'm taking my 80s rock, metal, anime music that I grew up with and turning it into EDM stuff. My pirate fascination, taking that taste into EDM and transforming it, not transferring it. So if you have taste if you listen to EDM growing up and you try to make EDM that sounds like that EDM, you're basically incesting and doing inbreeding. And that's not going to sound very great. If you have other tastes other than EDM, that transforms way better into EDM. That's just a pro tip. Let's see what else we got. But that's a really important question. I really like that you pointed that out. Like, how do you know if you pick good sounds? Hey, just wanted to say that you made a really powerful childhood memories with the song Champagne. That's fun. If it's childhood memories, champagne is something that you cannot drink, but it's probably fun anyway. Have you ever been to the Hill? You mean in Washington, D.C.? No, but it would be fun. I'm very Americanized, so it would be really fun to do all the cliche, like go to the, whatever, Mount Rushmore and all that stuff, but I haven't. Like the video champs, okay. How many tracks do you make per year? Oh Lord, in the thousands. At least in the 700 to 1,000 tracks probably a year. Gotta love the sprites. Remind me of Mega Man. Okay, cool. Gnome Gnome Gnomes. Yeah, that was just a Christmas project for me and Joe. I don't use Blender. First music, now games. Yeah, let's see. I'm so sorry. I'm so behind in the chat. Let's go down a little bit here. Also, I need my background. This is I really like hanging out and just talking a little bit. Music is really, it's fun and all that, but it's not so chill when you feel the gun to your head in a way. You get what I'm saying? I think it would be easier for me to make like a video where I have all the time in the world to prep and record and edit and really like make the point. But when it's like, yo, it's live, go do your thing, it's very like, okay, I don't have anything planned. Give me a second, I'm just gonna get more to drink. I drink like a sponge. like I said, I'm so sorry. I stopped playing music even when I walked away. SAR, no comment. Just $25, 25 SAR. I'm curious to find out what SAR is. SAR. Currency. Saudi Royal? Oh! That's fucking amazing. That's fun. So, I told you guys before that I played for the Saudi prince in Maldives for his birthday. I don't know how old he turned, but it was very hush-hush. Don't ask, don't tell type stuff. But, thank you, Abiman. I played for your king, prince, or whatever for his birthday. So, I haven't told that story. I tweeted about it, but I can tell you guys. Josh was with me though, so it's sad that he can't be with us here to recall the story. But maybe we can tell it again together. But yeah, I got booked by the Saudi prince. I don't know if there was an NDA involved. I don't remember signing anything. But they flew us out. They had Flo Rida, Lady Gaga, and David Guetta, and you know, fucking the cream of the cream. And I was in the mix, and I didn't understand why I was in the mix of all those things. This was in, I don't remember. I think it was around Heart or around Colt that I went there. So it's way before Zion. It's like really early Savant days. And when I went, maybe right before Oracle actually, I landed in Maldives. Then we took a small water plane over to the small islands that they were at. Of course, he rented out the whole fucking island. And I got 2 cabins that were valued about like $5,000 each for the week I was there or whatever. So $10,000 for the 2 cabins plus money for the show. And he was a fan of me for some reason. I don't know why. But David, I was on a yacht with David Guetta, or speed yacht, small yachts, with David Guetta drinking champagne. David Guetta ghosted me, took his glass of champagne with his team, locked the door, and went inside. Me and my manager sat on the back of the boat alone while his team was inside drinking, and we got a glass of champagne. They took the bottle with them and disappeared. So that was my first meeting with David Guetta, and he was super uninterested in talking or hanging out. But that's fine. I probably would do the same if I was in his shoes. And then we got to the island. There was every Instagram model in the world at the scene for his party. There was probably 100 Instagram or whatever, you know, those types of models there. And they were all paid so much money that they were all walking like either half naked or naked the whole night. And he was the only dude there. And there was like 100 naked girls. So that was not a happy time for the girlfriends present, for the people who brought their girlfriends there, because they were all just half naked and stuff. So anyway, so I was backstage with, I don't remember all these artists' names, but people who were hot in like 2012 or 13 or whatever. A lot of rappers and shit like that. Like big mainstream, like Flo Rida and shit like that. You know, like huge people. And I was just standing there waiting to play. And David Guetta played before me. So if you look at it really weirdly, David Guetta warmed up for Savant in the Maldives. And there is a saying or a meme saying, "Don't play Aphex Twin, he'll scare away the hoes." I was that person. As soon as I came on stage and started playing Savant music, all the hoes, just like fish in a leaky barrel, just like woof, the floor was empty after like 20-30 minutes. So definitely understood that the type of music I'm playing is not for that crowd. And David Guetta killed that crowd, and it was like a really like kick in the nuts, and a wake-up call for me as a musician. And I know for you guys, of course, that's gonna be like irrelevant because you're like, but for me as an artist, it feels really terrible that you're not this like omnipotent kind of person or music maker that you think you are, maybe, or something like that. And it really made me start think The prince also wanted to. I was fully dressed in my alchemist costume, by the way, at the time, which cost like fucking $15,000 or $20,000. It was super expensive, made by the tailoress or tailor from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Chick lives in Chicago. Made my alchemist costume, and she, and was wearing that. And the prince wanted to throw me in the fucking pool with the costume on, and we managed to convince him not to do it because it would have ruined the costume. But anyway, that's the story. The rest is history. We'll get Josh's point of view on that some other time. I don't remember his name. I'm terrible with Arabic names, but it's the guy who is in charge now, I think. The guy who is like either the crown prince or the whatever it's called, king. How do I send a link? I don't know. You could try to format it weirdly in the chat so it gets past the censor. Maybe just like write the address of the link and then some spaces between the slashes or whatever, and I'll just format it. And yeah, it was a crazy hell of a party. It's just weird to be part of something like that. Abiman, lul esh, you hear? Esh. Oh, okay. Cool. How cool is this, right? You should connect with Savant, some streaming ideas and stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm really sorry. I missed the context of that. Ghetto Smosh, if you're here, it really explains. Type beats are so on point. Ghetto Smosh just recently followed me on Twitter for some reason. Oh, by the way, since you can see on my screen, this is my ambient folder. I'm really sorry that's the music I'm playing right now, but it is super good talking music. The song I released on YouTube is called Home, I think. Yeah, this one. And then I released another one called, I think I changed the names of them while I uploaded them. So I don't remember the other one. It was called something else. Don't smoke weed, everybody. It really messes up your long-term memory. Anyway, I'll just listen to Real Cryo is one of my favorites. I haven't uploaded it, but it's just so moody. Okay, it crashed because I clicked on a track that didn't exist. Life. Why? Oh, hi, God. Alexander. I mean, maybe we can listen to something else. Data Crash Lo-Fi. I made so many albums I'm never ever gonna release. That's the world we live in. Well, there, Ghetto Smosh, yay! Yeah, I didn't see them in the chat there. That's a weird coincidence, right? Coinkydink. I can't operate FL Studio on marijuana. Remember? Okay, yeah, I can, but don't smoke too much. Save it for occasions. I love your ambient track so much. Still use. I really am a fan of ambient in the way of background music, so you don't have to really focus so much on it. It's just background. Yeah, no, literally, Guetta opened for me. I don't know why that was the case. Maybe it was because David had to get out of there, or and by the way, it sounds like I'm really salty or something like that, but I'm not. Like, I respect David Guetta. Like, Jesus Christ, Empire. Like, he started DJing in 1986 or something like that, and he got popular in 2006. It's like 20 years of grinding. Like, respect. Like, I would be lucky if in 10 years from now, that's when I make my break. You know, when I'm 45 or whatever. Shit. What a goddamn grinder. So, I can shit on these guys all day long, but it doesn't take away the respect that they really deserve. Um, let's see. So you're playing in France recently. I am from the US and couldn't plan to make it there fast enough. I'm coming to the US in August. So depending on where you live, NF, I will be coming to North America in August. I think definitely Colorado. Maybe we're planning Texas. Some sort of Los Angeles. Hopefully some East Coast too. Maybe Florida. Aura, that was the track. Yeah, thank you. Noted. Angry Space Pirate. Yeah, we talked about that. Underground Medion. How do you go about making complex counterpoint melodies like Melody Circus? All that stuff is just in my brain. Like, there is no theory for me to do that stuff. When I hear something else makes sense. And this is part of the autism stuff that I cannot... I don't know. I have a very... Like, some people have, like, a photographic memory. And I have a very auditive memory. Like, when I hear things that matches frequency-wise, these things get stuck in my brain. And I'm not talking about, like, a 3-minute song. I'm just talking about 2 seconds or 3 seconds. So when I listen to a bunch of music, a lot of things get stuck. And then when I make music, it comes to me while I'm making music. So this isn't something that can be learned that much other than theory, which I'm terrible at giving. So that's very intuitive, unfortunately. It's like the synesthesia savant type thing that I have, where it's in the brain, stored as backup information. But so there's no easy way to explain a counter melody or a counterpoint or harmony. Harmony is very easy though, like minor, major, pentatonic, the 5th, 7th. These things are easy to find on YouTube. But like I said again to the German guy earlier, taste is all what it's about. So if you listen a lot to some certain type of thing, you will suck up or have osmosis with that sort of thing. So my music is just a compilation of osmosis from the stuff I listened to growing up. And nobody should imitate Savant. Like, that's not how you get good at stuff. You should try to figure out other things. Be unique. I definitely know that for a fact that David Guetta and Daft Punk, at least Thomas, were buddies, at least in the like late 90s, early 2000s, and maybe David had a little finger in like helping to push them into like the mainstream by, I don't know, something. I'm coming to Texas, don't worry. Texas is happening. I don't know if San Antonio or Austin actually, but Houston or Dallas. I'm really sorry. I'm a big Austin guy. Like, I've been to Austin several times and it's a very chill place. I like it. But you know, you got to go where the promoters and the parties are. Unfortunately, so I can't really make that decision. Would be cool to see you in Chicago. I'm definitely coming to Chicago. Josh, my manager, who was in the chat earlier, he lives in Chicago. He's a Chicagian, or whatever you call that, Chicagonian. Definitely want to book me there. We're gonna play in Chicago, so I would love to see you guys there and hook up like after the show. Almost said backstage, but don't do that. I don't do ambience, but I do listen to some most aggressive soundtrack. Keeps me from murdering. Jean Paul. That's everybody's different. I think it's personalities and music has a lot to do with each other, and I'm a very duality type person. I have the the yin yang type thing going on, where I love the soft, chill, cute, fun, chill, fluffy thing, and then I like the black, dark, evil, destruction thing. So I'm like, I like both. So I understand if you're not into ambient. Crossfeed simulation plugins. I've tried plugins that do simulate environments and stuff, but I wouldn't recommend using that on headphones. I would love to tour some more in Europe. Jesus, we're just looking for more promoters and bookers to help us do that stuff. We don't have any right now. We don't have anything. The only thing I'm getting right now is in France because I know people there. Like I have friends in France who book me. I would love to play Germany. I would love to play Holland, Netherlands. I would love to play Belgium again. I would love to play Spain, Italy, goddamn Greece, Serbia, Poland, Sweden, Finland. I would love to play all of that shit. Denmark too. Sorry guys, but you guys deserve that one. Why are there two Cry for Love? One has been one on Protos. There's three Cry for Loves. There's the original made in 2010. And then there is the remix I made for Ism, where I chopped up that 2010 version. And then there's a remake of the 2010 version on the Protos album, because the Protos album was supposed to be an homage to those 2010 days that I did, where it was like disco funk, 80s, 70s funk electronic stuff. So there's actually way more. If you go back to the streams, look at the streams I've gone through. Look at the Winter in Hollywood stream, and then you'll see all the Cry for Love versions. I would love to do more Datacry stuff. I just don't have time, and I have to focus my energy. If I was a millionaire, I would do all the stuff that people wanted to, but I need to focus on making monies right now, so I cannot do hobbyist, fun, small stuff project like hip-hop beats. It does not make me money. That sounds super terrible, but I just gotta be real. I bet everybody in the chat here has to do something to survive. If you're not living with your parents, you have to do some shit to survive. And you put yourself in my shoes. My shit is Savant. Like, my Savant is my McDonald's. It's my grocery store. It's my car dealer. It's my office desk. And I gotta make that shit work somehow. And it's not, you know, always amazing and glory and shit like that. I gotta work hard. And it really hurts when people are, you know, don't understand that it is my struggle. It's Savant and the music I do, right? I have to make that work somehow. It's really difficult. So I wish I had more time to have fun. And the illusion here that we're all sharing is that what I'm doing is for entertainment, right? That's the illusion that you share with me, is that I'm doing this because I can, not because I have to. But is that the truth, right? Citrus is super powerful. Okay, somebody said, like, how come you use 3 oscillator over Citrus so much? It's just 3 os is so easy to jump into when you just need to make like a primitive sound. But Citrus is definitively like the one. It's the one and only. And I'm so sorry. I'm gonna use it more. I'm just like, I want to prove that you can make a soup from potato, basically, right? Telepathy tapes. Do you know about the telepathy? No, I don't. Pull it from the ether. Yes. Thought about on AI and production. You have tried yourself replace the artist. So making music, like a song, purely out of AI is terrible. AI, it has its things, its quirks. If I can play with it and learn something from it, or use it as a temp thing before I can, for instance, get a real saxophone player on a track or a real female vocalist on a track or something like that, before I can get to that stage as a sketching tool, I think that's really powerful. But I think replacing people, I'm really adamant about hiring people to do work when I'm doing stuff, even though I don't have a lot of money. Like I'll pay. I will never use AI for visual stuff or for replacing a thing that I have a friend who can do, ever. I think that's terrible. And Spotify is riddled with AI music, and it's garbage, all of it. You can use. I mean, like there's meme stuff, like the Drake. What's it called? BBL Diddy or whatever, like where Metro Boomin whatever made an AI track saying BBL Diddy no what BBL Drizzy, and it can be fun and transformative in that way, but I don't know if it's replacing anything, but it's definitely like a very two-edged sword, and I'm not on the positive side for sure. I have used some text to speech stuff in the past, like to make some chopped vocals and stuff. But I'm not so I don't know if it's replacing anybody. Get what I'm saying? Like it's a text to speech, like if it was like Microsoft Sam, hello, it's Pause Buddy, hello. Like if it sounded like that, it would be probably the same for me. It's just a tool. It doesn't replace a good singer or a good guitarist or a producer. Is it true the thing you remember? Is it true the thing you remember every song you hear? Like it all goes into the mixer, and it will. Every characteristic of everything I hear will get stuck more than visual things for me. I have friends who are autistic with visual stuff, and visual stuff will stick more. But for me, audio stuff sticks more. Like I can recreate the shotgun sound from Doom, the first Doom game, with FM synthesis or Serum, because I can hear in my brain synesthesia style, see the frequencies needed to create that sound. So it's really easy for me to replicate things. I remember a thing I heard was a David Guetta set when they did the Monolith in the Desert. And he played like a Morton track, because Morton is a frequent collaborator of David Guetta. And they had this sound. And I immediately was like, I couldn't find the track because they didn't tag it. And I was just like so frustrated because that sound was so cool. Morton's amazing, by the way. Morton from Denmark. Fucking amazing producer. Oh my god. Like, David Guetta is so lucky to have that guy as a friend. I'm so envious of Morton and his production. And I would love to work with him at some point or study under him even. Like, Jesus Christ. But I made those sounds that he had in that song because I wanted to know. And I recreated it. And it's pretty close. It sounds like this. God damn, I love Morton so much. I don't remember what the track was called, but damn it. You gotta know that Alex is a complicated character, and just because I like somebody you don't like don't mean that I'm a bad person. The kind of autism it seems like he has from the description is noted with strong spatial cognition. Okay. It's been an honor to hang out with you, Alex. It's been nice to see you. Patrick Chong. Chong? Am I pronouncing it? I don't know. Thank you for $5. To see you in real person instead of just some music factory. Yeah, thank you. I am what's it called? I am a person. Yes, NF, we will come to Chicago and we will see you there for sure. I gotta take a shower and go wake up in 6-7 hours. Good night, Jack. I know it's too late. You're probably gone already. Daniel, I'd love to see you come back to Boston. Fucking Boston, man. Massachusetts. I love fucking that white fucking Irish descendant, fucking Philly and Boston. God damn, like we're coming back. It's good times. Boston was fun. I'm just, by the way, I'm just hyperbolous. Google it. I'll visit you if you come to Holland. Yes, I will come to Holland. There's like a music week in the fall, I think. I'm trying to get to that. Patrick, I thought I heard Josh mention Portland. Or yeah, maybe. I don't know what he said, but Portland sounds about right. I'll bring my friends if you come to Denmark. I've never played in Denmark. I think last time Denmark was on a school trip in like 6th grade. It's like Denmark. Dansk. I'm Norwegian, and Danish and Norwegians have like a quiet beef. And it's awkward beef because Denmark and Sweden both used to own Norway through dominance, and like I think 1600s, 1700s, somewhere around there, where they like fucking took over, like invaded Norway and took over. So we have some beef with Denmark and Sweden. This is really important for you guys to know. I'm Norwegian. It's really heavy. It weighs on me. Okay. After all this time, I learned how to. It's pronounced ism. Yeah, it's an ism. Ism like in professionalism, savantism, pissism, whatever. Ism. Yeah. I don't know what you thought it was pronounced like. Italian crowd would be tough. We are very, very bad public with no. Listen, I think you're bullshitting. Like Italian crowd, I've been to Italy before, and it's been the best shit I've ever played. Milan, Rome, fucking kicks ass. I played my Milan show was so sweaty. It dripped from the ceiling and ruined the CDJs. The sweat and condensed sweat in the room ruined the CD players. I played after another huge dubstep act, and he got murdered. No, he played after me. I played before him, and I murdered the room so much that when he got on, all the crowd left because they were too fucking knocked out from the show I played. So Milan knows how to fucking party, and I have one of my friends from where I live, my neighbor up here. He's from Milan. He's an Italian who lives in Norway, and he's really cool. It's called Luca. He's he works at the local grocery store, and I always stop to talk to him. And he's a fascinating character, and he's very happy. He's into EDM and stuff too, which is really cool. So we stopped to talk about like my career and when are you gonna play in Milano? And he taught me a little Italian. I love Italy. I went to Italy on my honeymoon with my wife. Italy is a really big, dear place in my heart. It's a place I would love to retire. Italy is amazing. I love Italian. I eat spaghetti. I eat pasta, antipasta. I eat all the pastas. Have you heard of Japan mastering? Nope. I'm so sorry. I'm going through the comments, the questions. Curious, I missed it earlier, but you said you had synesthesia. What type is it? So, my synesthesia is pattern recognition on a really heightened degree, where I see or hear something that translates into other senses. Like when I smell a spice, I see it on an EQ, like a parametric EQ. Like when I smell a spice, I see it on a parametric EQ. And I smell curry, and it looks like this. And I smell salt, it looks like this. And I smell pepper, it looks like this. And I have a very specific vision in my brain of how things smell. And it's always on a parametric EQ. Like some savants with math can see numbers as colors. And I see smells as visuals in music. And when I hear music too, it's a lot of shapes and a lot of colors. And a lot of recognizable, easy to remember types things. And it's not like the FL Studio piano roll. It's much easier than that. It's hard to explain. But Those things are called synesthesia. When one sense impacts another in your memory. So when you see or hear or smell or taste a thing, it's stored as a different or in several different boxes in your brain. For instance, you taste something and it's stored in visual and audio and all these things, right? Or when you hear a song, it's got a smell, it looks like a color, or it's that sort of stuff. So this is also why my artist name is Savant. I'm a very high functioning autistic person, but it comes at a cost to have autism. It's not fun. Does being a father change somehow your perspective on life? Yes, being a father is amazing, and I wish I had more children. I love having a family. I love having a wife. She's amazing. My child is amazing, but she's a bad girl. Like she's a tough nut. She's got a lot of gusto. She's got a lot of self-determination, and she's very musical too. She sings a lot and makes up melodies, and she takes famous nursery rhymes and remixes them and stuff like that. So I think if she does music, I'm gonna be there for her for sure. It'd be so fun. But really, when you have kids, your life it's just, unless you're a douchebag, you're gonna be. You could spend months studying citrus. It's crazy. Well, all FM is FM, right? Like, if you understand the theory of FM and the basics of FM, citrus is no different than any other FM synthesis, and it will all make sense to you. You could do the same things in Serum 2, where you have 3. Actually, with the noise channel and the sub channel, you would have 5 FM channels that you could route together in some sort of fashion. But any good FM sound, you wouldn't really need more than 3 to do anyway, from my experience. Unless you're trying to replicate a piano. I tried doing that, by the way. I'll show you guys later. I feel exactly the way of having to make stuff, having to explain to people can be weird. Yeah, Patcher, oh my god, listen, Patcher is probably the only thing in FL Studio that I didn't kind of like get super hung up about, and I probably should have gotten Seamless to get me into that, but Patcher would have saved my ass more than twice. Patcher in FL Studio is super powerful. If you don't know what Patcher is, it's basically like a holding space, like a vacuum ether, where you can put a plugin with effects and everything that comes with it into one space and connect them together. Save that as a preset, so when you load it, you don't have to separate the VST from the the FX patches. It's all in the same space. I think I was a little scared of it and never got into it. I got too old and into my own routine. But thank you for bringing that up, Ryu Mystico. Whoa, that's a good one. Adore this sound. Okay. Discovered you in 2014 due to the Kick-Ass Steam game. Yeah, Savant Descent. Base take on AI, agree. It has good sides and bad sides, but definitely beware of, Terminator. Watch Terminator and Matrix, and you got all you need to know about AI. Stay the fuck away from AI. All these tech bros in the valley fucking doing all this AI shit. Scary stuff. We were so much better in 1998. Peak human technology. Let's get back there. Abiman. See your top tier, but I think push your energy to the business aspect of your talent. You could easily have millions of subs and own your do your own shit. It's a very controversial. I love this comment. It's very controversial for Savant. Savant is a very underground underdog character, and it is difficult for me to expect that my fans will accept that I need to survive, right? The stuff I have made in the past it's very, I don't know what to call it. I hate it, but it is touching a sort of piece of artistic expression and no rules and pure creativity, which means it should be on the opposite side of the spectrum of commercial success, which is something that is gonna kill Savant and also kill me, because I can do cheesy commercial stuff and I think it's fun and I can make it in a sort of like like a parody type way, but also I really do adore a lot of commercial music. It's not that it's like ironic. It's not. I don't have any ironic detachment to liking Fred again or Skrillex or David Guetta or Morton or, you know, like there's no ironic detachment there. I really do appreciate these people for existing. And if I was part of that clique or part of that community, I wouldn't mind at all. I think the people who would have suffered the most are the people who are the crabs in the bucket, who want to keep me back and keep me on the bottom with them, where they are the only people who know who I am, and they don't have to share me with the douchebags in college that beat them up or made fun of them in high school and shit like that, which, you know, it's gonna kill me. Please make a song with this voice. I don't understand that. Would love to see you experimenting with that sometime, recreating sounds from your mind. Yes, we shall do that some point. I am very dyslexic. I cannot read a book to save my life, but I can read Wikipedia for some reason. I sticked around. It was too interesting, but after this message, I'm really okay, Jack. See you later. I thought it was an acronym, like, or just ISM. Okay. Italians really love the shit they love. Yeah. They brought the passion. 2012. Okay. Italy shows. Gotta love Italy. Milan and Florence really hit different. Yes. Got a favorite pasta style. I have a pasta dish that I've made that I didn't invent it, but I definitely, you know, when you freestyle a dish and you kind of make a dish. And I have this dish I make at home with mascarpone and arrabbiata and penne, and it's really a good dish. My family loves it, so I make it all the time. So it's one of our favorite dishes. But, you know, you can never go wrong with spaghetti and meatballs. God damn it. Or lasagna. My wife is starting to make lasagna, which is really great. So, right about the 90s, grew up in that decade. It was truly peak. Yeah, Bald Cape. Fucking 90s, no fucking second best. 80s was like on the way there. The 2000s was like on the way down. And the mid to late 90s was absolute peak human existence. And that can be biased as fuck, but I don't care. I really do think so, though. Millennials had probably the best time out of the boomers probably had the best time, but millennials had the second best time. Gen Z are paying some sort of price, and Gen Alpha, they're doomed. Vario was the first album that I ever paid for, and Ism was the first one I ever didn't pay for. Okay. Don't know what that means. What do you think about MS adding AI baked into Windows? Oh yeah, it's terrible. When Windows 11 hits, it's like, fuck, we gotta figure out Linux, guys. They're taking screenshots every like 4 seconds or 5 seconds or something like that. And it's just like so like intrusive. Like privacy, society is gone. Like it is, Windows 11 sounds like some sort of creepy shit. Running Windows Pro and other products quite compatible now. Okay, well, Abiman again. Thank you for the. I don't know how much is 25 SAR. Okay, let's see. 25 SAR to USD. Okay. Okay. You're not. Yeah, big boy, big player. Fucking $6 man. Okay, I'm just joking, dude. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm really terrible at social media because I'm just too autistic and old. So it's really difficult to try to be hip and cool and all that stuff. So Instagram, TikTok especially. I tried it and it's never ever gonna happen. Fucking, I got a Blue Sky account and it's not even. I'm not even logging in. It's just too much. When am I gonna actually make music or do something creative? I don't know. GTA 6 is something. It's gonna be amazing. I'm waiting for it to come out on PC. So it'll probably be a few years until I play it after it comes out. Working on my first song, it's really hard to create something from your imagination while loving it at the same time. Creating is the fun part. Never ever forget that part. It's not about the result, it's about the journey, and you've probably heard that in tons of different contexts. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. If you're having fun doing it, keep doing it. I started making music in 97 and things sounded like shit until 2007. So 10 years of garbage. Of course, I didn't have tutorials or, I only had my taste and my willpower, but I pushed through. But it's gonna take some time. What are the things you like to do for fun when you're not making music? I play way too much solitaire on my phone. I play solitaire. It gives me nostalgia. When I grew up in 91, 92, my granddad had a PC and I used to play solitaire and Duke Nukem 1 and 2 on his PC, and solitaire was like, when I see solitaire I just get this nostalgia of like early 90s. So I play a lot of I probably play like 50 games a day in solitaire. Solitaire is one of the most basic games you can get, and the gameplay, if you want to call it that, is the most solid thing. If you start to look at the mechanics of solitaire, it is a little bit of chance, but it's also a tiny bit of strategy, and it's the perfect balance of those two things. It has some rules that are easy to learn, and you start going, and it's addictive as shit. And you can sit on your phone on your couch for like 2 hours straight and play like 60 games in a row. It's super fun. So that's what. Also, once in a while, me and my wife go out for dates to the city. We try to watch movies together in the weekends, and we try to raise our kid. It's not easy, life is what it is. When I'm not making music, I also play video games a little bit, mostly retro stuff, not so much new stuff. I play like Blood, Duke Nukem, Dishonored, Fallout, those types of things, immersive sims or boomer shooters. And then I work on game design, for my personal projects. I also work as a game producer and a game composer. Game producer is not the same as music producer. Game producer is more of a person who kind of, figures out like how the time should be spent, meetings, being like administrative on a game project. I really like doing that for some reason. Like making sure the game gets made, basically. Helping the director avoid creep scope, which means too many features that cannot be made, or keeping the production realistic. And I love doing that, so that's what I do in my spare time. I do remember kind of vaguely doing the cult collab, but it's fading from memory, and it's very difficult to 100% remember all that stuff. But it was a lot of random wave files I got from fans. I do kind of remember. I kind of still use Harmor sometimes, but not for image synthesis or anything like that. Just wanted to say that your ability to make me like genres I usually aren't into as much is insane. Like I'll dislike it, but then you'll make a song in that genre and it just works. Thanks, man. I really think that's awesome. Thank you so much, Therian territory. There is a theory behind this that I kind of want to talk about, and if you are a hardcore Savant fan or fan of me, Alex, sitting here doing my stuff, you are like whatever I'm gonna do is gonna be within my reach of taste. So you've latched on to me as a taste maker, and you're allowing me to broaden your horizons with these, what's it called, concepts of genres. Genres are cultural concepts and constructs, probably more than anything, where you believe in maybe your head that these genres belong to these sort of people, ethnicities, or cultures or people, and I'm just I don't care about those borders, and I'm just doing those things relentlessly with the same taste as I did with Savant or whatever. And if you do like those genres now, it is, I am the same person making those genres as I am making the ones you like. So maybe you're realizing deep internally that those constructs of social constructs of genres are not so valid when the taste is the same on both sides of the fence. To be frank, I think Microsoft walked back on recall. I don't know, man. Listen, the world is. You can be conspiracy to some nth degree or not, but the world is a fucked up place. So who knows? Solitaire, haha. Yes, Solitaire. It's the best and most primal, like to the core game you can get. If you played on, I play this. I just played in the browser on Safari. It's called Solitaire Red or solitaired.com, and it's I'm just like on it all the time when I'm not like hanging out with my wife or working. That's what I do. I would maybe I should play something live at some point. I don't know. Pokemon was a huge passion when I was a child. Vad gör du, bro? I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Vad gör jag? Vad gör jag, bro? I don't know vad jag gör. Minesweeper. That was a scary game. I got trauma from that for some reason. That's some honest gaming right there. Yeah. Oblivion remake. Actually, you know what? That actually sounds like fun. I might actually try the Oblivion remake. I'm not a huge, like medieval fantasy type thing. Like I watched Lord of the Rings. I watched the first one, and then I'm like, I'm good. The first one's amazing, and then I just got it's too much dragons and elves and shit. So I'm more into Fallout when it comes to Bethesda. I like the more tactile things, realistic. Yeah. Oh, that's weird to say, but you know what I'm saying. When doing sound design for games, do you record or do full? That depends. If it's a retro style game, for instance, trying to hit like a 90s vibe, I would definitely do what they would do in the 90s. If they're very arcane about their sound, like the producer of the game I'm working on, I will do exactly what they did in the 90s or retro, whatever. Let's say they want it to sound exactly like this Sonic game, and it's from the 90s, and it's this and this and this. I know for a fact what kind of libraries they used or sound tools they used, and I will go straight to that and replicate it that way. If it's something that's like hybrid, retro, modern, like Savant Descent, or if there's some sort of like no limits type thing, I will just do whatever it takes to make something to sound good. But I will most of the time make things from absolute scratch. Actually, when people say you don't have any rules, I'll be actually making things in Serum, Faceplant, and Citrus more than I will be using stock sounds to make gun sounds, jumping sounds, whatever. But if it's a more modern game, if it was very modern, like Call of Duty or any sort of like realistic modern game, I would definitely do more Foley. I would go out with my recorder. I would record and I have tons of libraries already where I record a bunch of sounds. I would go out, I would record, I would make nice libraries, I clean it up, I'll make loops, I'll make all that stuff, and that's how I would do it. But it's different from game to game. Clayton Harvey, Complextro. Yeah, been there, done that. Get out of here. Tomax, your music is so diverse that it got me into a lot of the other genres while I was still listening to electronic music. French Touch, yes, French Touch is the best. And now I listen to, yes, French Touch, yeah, but listen, French Touch is the best. You can never go wrong with French Touch. If you like Savant, you like French Touch. You like Sebastian, you like Daft Punk, you like Justice, you like all of these fucking Ed Banger Records artists. You also like Danger, Why Savant, or Why Savant, Jose Eduardo Peña Rebollo. Why Savant? You mean the name? Because I'm super autistic, bro, and I struggle to live. And when I got the diagnosis, they were like, "You got synesthesia and borderline autism, borderline savantism, and you should probably be on social welfare." And I was like, "Hell no, bro! I'm going out there to make a living. And I'm not retarded." They wanted to convince me I was like handicapped, retarded. Like unable to function in society, but I'm basically a very high functioning autistic person. I am masking a lot, like I'm masking right now. I'm acting. It's not acting, but I'm pretending to be a normal person. Thank you for sharing a little bit about yourself with us. Thank you for asking about things, Justin, if you did. Bold Cape. If I had to constrict my listening space down to 3 artists, period, it would be some person I've never heard about, some person I've never heard about, and me. So I guess I'm one of those people nobody knows about. Thank you for putting me in the box of obscurity, Bald Cape. I'm not criticizing your taste in music, but I've never heard of these people, and if I Google them, what will I see? Will I see some numbers? So that puts me, that's, sad for me. I'm about 10 hours in. It's, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about Minesweeper? Oblivion remake. Okay, yeah. Bethesda has a generic thing, like pizza. Can't go wrong. It can be a little off, but you'll still eat it, you know what I'm saying? Like Bethesda's like that. Abimon, I never really understood it. However, I did play it. Okay. Solitaire and Duke Nukem, actually. Whoa, listen, I play Duke Nukem and Solitaire. Those are the 2 games I play, and they remind me of each other because I played them at the same time in the early 90s. So when I play Solitaire on my phone, I kind of see Duke Nukem in my head, and then I want to go to my PC and start playing Duke Nukem, and then I go to my phone to play Solitaire, so they kind of like bonded together, because I'm a fucking millennial boomer shooter asshole. By the way, there's a public spreadsheet that lists a lot of VSTs and libraries used on games. Okay. VGM. I know all these things. I knew them before those lists came out. Like, I know all the hardware since in the 90s. Whatever people used when VSTs came out, that's so uninteresting. Like, why would you want to sound like Call of Duty orchestral library from 2007? Like, that is so stupid. If after a certain point, when things just started to try to be library imitation stuff, it doesn't have any charm anymore. It's only the Roland Korg and EMU stuff from the 90s and stuff that has that kind of charm of the retro nostalgia, unless you're doing chip tunes or Amiga, Commodore 64, those kind of things. But anything after like 2001, dude, like fucking, why would I fucking give a shit about VST's a fucking Horizon Zero Dawn user or fucking whatever. I just play Dota these days. I never played those games. I don't play online games. I can't play online things. I like my own space and I like to murder people. If I cannot play a game where I'm alone in the game and I can murder every single fucking NPC in the game, I don't want to play it. If there's an NPC in the game I cannot murder, that is not a real person, but it's an NPC, I need to stop playing it. This is why I play Dishonored or Fallout and things like this, because those are games where it's like this power fantasy of being a sociopath, right? Where you can just run around murdering people. And these are things we as guys cannot do in reality, but we have these instincts deep inside where it's like hunter-gatherer, and we need some blood on our teeth and our fingers, but we can't have it in polite society, so we play games to kind of fulfill our bloodlust and macho fascist fantasies, and that's what I play games for. They really fulfill my primal instinct needs. I wish we had more artists like Savant. He is one of the million. Thank you so much. That it really warms my heart. I really want to be king of the world. There are people who are way better than me. There are several different things, but I don't know if there's anybody who can do all of the stuff at the same time as I'm doing it right now. So I really appreciate you seeing me as unique. I hope I'm unique. I hope I'm doing stuff that nobody else is doing. I'm going to stick to that. I recommend the first Call of Duty games, honestly. Call of Duty are aight. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. I played Counter-Strike in high school. Half-Life and stuff like that. Immersive Sims is more my thing, actually. Those 90 Apogee, Blood, fucking, what's it called? I played it the other day. Shadow Warrior, Exhumed, Duke Nukem, Doom, anything before Quake, actually, like a FPS before Quake, like Hexen 2, no, not Hexen 2, Hexen 2 sucks, Hexen 1, and then the one before that, whatever that was called, and everything that was between, anything between Wolfenstein 3D and Quake 1. Amazing shit. Amazing. And of course Half-Life and those things are amazing too, but it began a new era of full 3D. But those 2.5D games, oh my god. There's just something about those like fucking photographed arms, pixelated arms of the developer, and you see some toy gun that they fucking, photoshopped, and some aliens and some texture CD that they had laying around. It's something about that vibe for me because I grew up with that, right? I like scary movies. Yeah, I'm an extreme bloody horror fan. Like, I love gory, scary movies. But my favorite horror movie of all time series is Hellraiser, because it has this kind of like gothic, supernatural fantasy element to it, and it has rules. And I love horror movies that have rules that make sense and that have like a sort of like Bible to them. And Hellraiser has very clear defined rules. I'm autistic. I love rules. I love borders. My wife also likes horror movies, but she likes very different type of horror movies than I do. So we have a hard time finding those things we can watch together. That's kind of like the perfect horror movie for the both of us. Cone Sound is like way beyond me, bro. Like, they're so artsy and cool, and I could never. They're so fucking beyond. I use a plugin that simulates virus called Osiris or whatever. This one. This is a virus plugin. It will never do it justice, but I remember growing up, virus, the hardware virus was like the biggest fucking sound you can get. Analog, digital hybrid thing. I'm a high chaos on the first playthrough, and then over time in Dishonored, I would be like, I would try to. what's it called? I would try to like be the low chaos guy. I want to be the low chaos guy, but I could never do it because I don't know how. I just games is a like a finally I can be the sociopath serial killer I was made to be. That's what games do for me. And I don't care if it's Fallout or Dishonored or Duke Nukem or whatever it is. It's like give me a weapon and full no accountability, and I'm like I'm having the time of my life. If I can tear somebody apart and shoot somebody in the face, I'll take care of everybody, bro. It's such a relief. It's such a like primal urge to murder, but only in video games. Because in real society, it's amazing to have people alive. And if you're my favorite artist, no contest. Can't get the same feeling that you evoke from any other. Appreciate that. I hope not. What are your thoughts on rhythm games like Guitar Hero? I fucking hate it. It's not games. Those are not games. Can you kill somebody? If you can't kill somebody, it's not a game. Oh, Solitaire is the game. Yeah, you gotta have some exceptions. Wolf 3D, Jesus Christ, bro. First, one of the first games, and the Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia is alright, but I think it's a nostalgia thing, right? Patrick, there's a new trailer for Marathon. Those modern P2P games are not for me. Like anything from Overwatch, Call of Duty, fuck is it called? Toontown? No. Fuck is it called, guys? The Fortnite. Yeah. None of that shit. Any Anthem, the Destiny, get all that shit out of here. I can't. It's not for me. I appreciate that you do it though. You're supporting a huge industry that loves your money. Go for it. Marathon looks like it's right up that alley. It's not for me though. I like games where you play a single player campaigns made with love and purpose, not just money grabbing multiplayer experiences. First track you ever heard. First track of you I've ever heard, Sayonara. That's actually not a bad first track. I Sayonara is one of my dearest, like coming to melody. It is. I'm really happy with Sayonara. It's Sayonara. It's. I think I even sampled Shadow Warrior, talking about that earlier. Apogee Games. Sayonara. Yeah, that was a hearty. It's supposed to be touching. It's supposed to be a goodbye. I love putting a track at the end of an album that's like, this is it, guys. You'll never ever see me again. This is the last thing I'm gonna leave behind me if I die tomorrow. And I think that's important as an artist to, if you're making a journey from beginning to an end, to have an end that would be the end that would be the last one that people would ever hear in case you die tomorrow. And it has to be like the most like Hail Mary attempt at making people feel that your presence would be missed. And I try to do that on every album I do. Thank you so much. Legion of the Zeus. Evil Dead guy. Okay, so you're more into that horror comedy. I'm really a big fan of his Spider-Man trilogy, really. Like, that is his peak of... Also, you know, Darkman is also great as well. But I was never really Evil Dead. But I think he has a lot of shtick as a director. He has a lot of cliche, fun stuff as a director. But scary, I don't think so. But fun, for sure. Saw you a long time in North Carolina, the USA. You put on a crazy show. Oh, North Carolina, of all places. I only remember a tomato throwing contest I played out there. I don't remember anything. Check out Jedi Outcast. I played all the time. You don't have to tell me to play a game. You preaching the choir, Mimla, whatever. Jedi Outcast 2. No, yeah. What's it called again? Jedi, let's go to Steam. Let's get into the bad boy. Oh, need to update. Okay, let's talk. What parts of Coincide specifically is beyond you? Have you heard their newest releases, bro? Like, have you heard any of it? Like, it is such a journey and detailed. Dishonored 1 kind of punishes you for being a murderer. I don't care. Like, he can punish me all he wants, but I'm going to be that guy. Of course, society is going to do the same thing, but you're going to be that guy. You got to own it. You want it to pat you on the head for being a sociopath? You got to own it. It's going to come with consequences, and you got to eat those things like fucking prison food. So it's not going to reward you for killing anybody. That's fine. My reward is the lack of reward. That's how you got to look at sociopath playstyles. Remember, you're watching your future music. They changed their name to something else, Music Radar or something like that. It's sad. Oracle Invasion. Yeah, I think Invasion was one of my best sellers. Toontown, lol. Invasions, I hate it, but I'm really happy you like it. Oracle, I'm more fan of because it was a little bit more effort put into, but it was not as popular as Invasion. Sometimes the irony of making things is that the less effort you put into stuff, the more amazing people would think it is, actually. Okay, so we're in my Steam library. Let's go look at... it's an old... Star Wars Dark Forces, Jedi Knight, Star Forces, and you were saying Jedi Outcast. Yeah, that's not my favorite one. Dark Forces 2 is the GOAT. Anything before that or after that is garbage. But yeah, I'm an old school player. Here are my favorites. This BioShock's my favorite game of all time. Dishonored is my second favorite. And I enjoy Cyberpunk, Blood, Fallout, all these things. It's embarrassing how many hours I have in Fallout 4. I have over 1,000 hours in it, and it's not even that great. Fallout 3 is way better. Fallout New Vegas is even better, but I only have like 400 hours in that, and then 800. I fucking, you know. And the same goes for BioShock too. BioShock, I have like 166 hours in, but BioShock Infinite, fucking twice as much, and it's not even half as good of a game. How does that make sense? Tell me. Yeah, Holy Grail is funny and sad. No Ordinary Bunny, yeah. No Ordinary Bunny. It's very fucking Shadow Warriors, amazing how racist and funny it is. BioShock is the best. Ken Levine is a fucking god of video game writing. I don't know about Judas. I don't know how good that's gonna be. It looks a little bit like off the rocker to me. BioShock Infinite was like so. But BioShock 1 is definitely like a treat to the humankind. It's a gift left for us mortals. Binding of Isaac I've never heard of. Dark Forces games are fantastic too. Yes. Souls games, I don't know. I'm a bit on the fence about modern Japanese games, to be honest, in general. It's a lot of like self-hate. I like games who give you power fantasy or a good story that changes your brain forever, but a game that just is hard so you can become a better it's like a sport, so you gotta like be good at the mechanics. Those are not my kind of games. I don't like games where you have to be good at the mechanics and you have to be fast. That's not a good game to me, but it's a sport type of game, and I appreciate that exists, and kudos to everybody who likes that. But Souls games are not for me. I like where I am the bad guy. I am the guy who the NPCs fear. I'm more of the power fantasy type gamer than I am the punished. Step on my testicles, please. Oh, that feels so good. Step on them harder. Like, I'm not that kind of gamer. Outer Wilds, not for me. It's not for me. Modern games, I'm very super picky about. The last modern game I bought was a Cyberpunk, and because that was right up my alley in many different ways. And other than that, you gotta be very up my alley. Can I be a sociopath? That's the first one. Is it the genres? Is it either anachronistic past game where it's like set in the past but it's got some future shit, or does it treat the player like the player's the victim and pushed down, and the NPCs are tough and you have to kind of like not have fun, then I'm out. If it's too much dialogue, skippity bip. Unless it's written by Ken Levine, I can listen to his dialogue anytime. No, I have not played Balatro. I don't know what the fuck that is. One shot, nope. Skip. Slay the Spire, nope. Skip. Have a wonderful night. It's been great watching your streams. Actually, that sounds like a great idea to go to bed. It's like 12 in the evening here now, 12 at night. So I'm gonna boop, 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 leave you guys with like a outro, and then I'm gonna hit the. I'm just gonna. Just need to find out what I'm gonna put on. Let's see. Maybe some jazz. I was trying to find this fucking cute jelly. Eula, what kind of horror movies do you like? You like those modern ones that have like the spooky ghosts and shit? What was the last one you watched that you liked?
I like older horror movies, but I
No, you don't. We watched Hellraiser and we had to turn it off.
guilty pleasure is the low budget horrible horror movies that are so horrible.
Yeah, but give me a name.
I don't know. I don't even remember those names.
Well, you watched The Nun and you thought that was scary, right? The Nun.
I don't know. It's just like I don't know, to pass the time.
What about these like doll movies? What's it called? Like the fucking Insidious and shit like that, and The Grudge.
I don't. Oh, that was the one that traumatized me for life.
Yeah,
I
but
was
does that
six.
mean that's a good horror movie to you?
I was 6. I can't
Okay.
really judge. Now it's weird. Now it's like.
What kind of horror movies do you like though?
That's a difficult question.
Okay.
For my tired
Well,
brain.
okay, I know for a fact that she likes some more modern stuff. I like more 80s horror movies. She likes
You like very violent stuff.
I like when people get torn apart and that God was behind it. That's like great.
I'd rather watch something scary than violent.
Okay. Did you ever play Hollow Knight or Ori? Or you mean Ori the shooter, the third person shooter? What's that got to do with? Oh no, Uni. That's a different game. Ori. No, I don't play pixel 2D games. I just work on them. I don't make them, or I don't play them. I mean, Saw movies are alright. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Saw movies are okay. But Hellraiser is like the top of the mountain for me. Hellraiser and Bioshock, those two things alone have probably changed my life more than any other entertainment ever have. So if you haven't played Bioshock 1 or watched Hellraiser 1, 2 is the best one, Hellraiser 2. And then the remake's not bad, like the new one. I fuck with it. I can do that. It's just the concept is good. But Clive Barker in general, like his writing, some of it's like me, but his books are pretty cool. Hellbound Heart, stuff like that. Arcane games, so Prey, I'm a big fan of Prey. Not the modern, newer, anything that came out after Prey is, after Raphael quit, is garbage. But Dark Messiah, Dark and Dishonored and Dishonored 2 and Eye of Death of the Outsider and Prey. Those are amazing. Yeah, Prey. I have 103 hours in Prey, and I have 234 in the first one, 173 in the third one, and yeah, so I played a bunch of those Arcane games. I love them. Redfall sucked, and the Deathloop sucked. I hated both of those. I hated Moonfall. The Prey is like on the fence because the original Prey that they were gonna make, the Prey 2, from like the Human Head Studios or whatever it's called, that got bought up by Bethesda through some, or canceled and destroyed by Bethesda through some sort of like loophole or technicality. Bethesda was some douchebags, or ZeniMax or whatever, for canceling Prey 2. If you go look at the Prey 2 Blur Studios trailer on YouTube, it's like the craziest shit. Bounty Hunter, fucking Star Wars bounty hunter type shit, and then Bethesda canceled it because, you know, you're spending too much time on it. And then they give that title to Arcane, and they have to forcefully make a game out of a fellow studio's broken heart. And they make Prey, so you can smell. And if you hear interviews with Raphael, you'll hear him say like how brokenhearted he is about having to make Prey out of someone else's ashes, and it's terrible. I could probably play some games on a different type of stream, maybe on Twitch or something. But these streams are more about music, I feel, and Savant in general. Pearl and Hereditary are great. I'm talking more of these like fucking garbage. Incendiary is that what it's called? Incendiary, and Bagul, and all these like fucking. What was it called again? The guy who made he had a name of the studio. It was called fucking something. All the garbage movies. All the Annabelle garbage. Those are the new horror movies, the jump scare. And then you have the fucking Terrifier. All those movies are garbage. Fucking terrible. Yeah, Dishonored is awesome. Yeah, Prey 2017 is good, but they also had hesitations making it because it was supposed to be someone else's game. I don't play Pal World or online games or any sort of thing like that. First time tuning in live. Yeah, I'm on next Thursday as well. So guys, tune in next Thursday. I'm gonna try to find outro song. I don't really know what I should be putting on. I got Savant 2013. Phantom. I don't know. This is some stuff I'm. Okay, listen to this shit for a little bit, and then I'm gonna have a little smoky, and I'll come say goodbye. These are old 2013-12 demos that nobody's ever heard before. By the way. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so at sometimes when you render songs, sometimes when you render songs, there's gonna be like silence at the end for some reason. So I'm so sorry about that. Let's skip to the. Yeah, some of this stuff was on my own sound. Yeah, this is as the title says, it's this is made on the Moog that I have. You see it in the background of my shots, but I don't know if you knew that, but I said it before. But the lead riff, a lead riff in Sledgehammer is made played manually on the Moog. Did you know that? the let me find it for you. It is played on the Moog. Fuck, where would that be? Sledgehammer. Oh yeah, I think I have it. Let's say Sledge. I have it. Oh, give me a second. Savi, Alchemist 2, Sledgehammer.
It's a
No, it's not there. Where's the original Sledgehammer? Let's go into FL Studio Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. I should have stem folder for the original Sledgehammer. Oh, of course that's not it. That's just a sound that sounds like it. But yeah, the original Sledgehammer was played live. It's not VST. Oh, fuck, where is it? I used it in the remake on the Sledgehammer. Find it. Yeah, whatever. But find the one. I hate when I have to go digging. Sledgehammer. I even took a screen, like a photograph of the actual Sledgehammer snap. I took a photo because you can't store presets on a fucking 70s Moog, you know, like you can't store memory. So you're gonna have to take a picture of the settings. And remember taking a picture of the settings of the Sledgehammer synth. So maybe I'll do that some other time where I actually use the Moog. The Moog is very powerful. You can do not FM, but something very similar. Yes, it does have FM-ish capabilities, where you modulate a signal with the signal. So it's, I know it's only like a few people left in the chat here, and we're basically running on fumes and all that stuff. But we're going through some very, critical things right now. Where is the Sledgehammer material? Let me open up the Sledgehammer remake. Savant, Umbrella, Alchemist. By the way, this is what my Savant remake folder looks like. Where Wild Ganja had 7 versions. Sky's the Limit had 5. Redemption had 5. But Sledgehammer, let's see, Sledgehammer, it should be somewhere here. Sledgehammer, oh, it only had 2 because, something that tight doesn't need that many, doesn't need that many, revisions, whatever. So let's see if we can find, there's a lot of Nexus in it, apparently. More than one. Let's get to the bottom of this. Yeah, I have a lot of backup. So my FL Studio backup is pretty immense. FL Studio. Let's see if we can find the FL Studio backup. FL Studio. So this one, star.star is what I call it. These are all my recordings and project files over the span of my career. Okay. It's like 113,000 recordings and project files. So this is my backup of everything I have that isn't been lost to time. Sledgehammer. That's just piano roll. Sledgehammer. Let's see. Sledgehammer. Sledge. Oh, it's just okay. So when you record things in FL Studio, you're not gonna have maybe names. It's gonna be a lot of It's gonna be a lot of these you see these untitled insert things, and it's gonna be a lot of that. Oh, listen to love. Untitled insert 19 whatever new. Yeah, so it's not gonna be called Sledgehammer because, you know, when I recorded it I didn't know, you know. Give me a second. I need more Jack Daniels or whatever. Physical backup. Yes, I have these amazing drives that are shock resistant. They're called La C. You know those orange shock proof hard drives? I have like 4 or 5 of those connected to my laptop. I don't believe in cloud storage because I'm a millennial. So I do have a lot of shock-proof hard drives that cost like $1,000. At least like 4 or 5 years ago, they cost like $1,000. Also, I love my Polish wife. Gotta let you know. You hear that? Yeah, I love my Polish wife. She enjoys me saying that, so I'm gonna say it because I want her to be happy. Let's get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna put on my audio here. It's a shame we don't have the webcam. I tried my best, guys, but a webcam wasn't, you know, it didn't work. Sledgehammer insert. Slow crash, those are missing. Where is my sledgehammer actual sound? I want to get to the bottom of what Nexus I'm using here. Where are those sledgehammer sounds? It's not finding them. That's concerning. One shot snare. Yeah, when you move files and samples, it just doesn't connect, you know, like they won't find them. But let me see if this works. Come on, guys, come on. Why is it not playing? Why won't you play? It's because you're connected to a channel that's muted. That's not the right one. This is the modern one. Okay, Sledgehammer. What about this one? Okay, that's that middle part. Okay, I see a lot of red files. Advanced Serum. That's not right. That's not it. I thought I used some of the original. Okay, so untitled insert. Let's see if we can find that. Untitled insert. Oh, there's a lot of that. Okay. Chill the fuck out. Okay, untitled insert 2. 14.2. 14.2. That's probably it right there. It has to be, I think. 14. Oh my god, what a nightmare, huh? Fucking going through all these goddamn files. I didn't expect to be going through any of these at any time soon. I guess this is the one. Being called 14. That doesn't sound right. So yeah, I'm fucked. I don't want to open up these files after I'm done with them. Okay, but let's get to the bottom of these Nexus sounds, okay? What is this Nexus bullshit? It's giving me error messages. And it's... Okay, so it's mostly orchestral sounds. But there's some synth sounds. But it's, of course, it's nothing that I couldn't make if I wasn't lazy. But, you know, everybody has the right to kind of like fucking skip out on something once in a while. Yeah, I'm happily married. We're like, it's really, it feels good to kind of like find your place in the world other than just your work, you know. It feels good. And, you know, my wife's amazing. And, you know, any relationship is a little work, but, you know, you gotta fucking man up and get through that shit, you know? Like, it's hard for everybody. But, okay, so here, I think we found it. I think we found the Moog! 67. Where is this? Sledgehammer? What folder? Savant? What folder? Okay, I found it. Jesus Christ. Inspilling. Okay, inspilling in Norwegian means recording. In meaning in, and spilling meaning playing. Norwegian is very English, Germanic language. In spilling. I don't know if it's in this folder actually. In spilling. Maybe it's in this folder. We're going on a date tomorrow. What are we gonna eat? Chinese food? Are we eating Chinese food tomorrow? Where are we eating chill Chinese food?
Maybe.
Okay. Here, I found it. Inspilling, and then it's Savant again. These are old stems from the way back in the day, and I saved them because I love myself, apparently. Hector, by the way, is the original, the beat from Ism. That's the beat from Ism. No, I mean the beat. Which is supposed to be a remix for a band called Hyper Turbo Ultra Sheriff. It's like a Norwegian synth rock group. I was supposed to make a remix for it, but it didn't pan out. But I made a song out of it. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm so ADHD right now. Okay, so let's see if we put these together. Let's put the drums, and it's 120 something. 122. Guys recognize that shit? By the way, check out Ultra Sheriff on YouTube or whatever. They're amazing. What are you looking for?
For this. I'm taking this.
No, don't take it.
Alexander.
Hey, one more. Why are you so mean to
You
Papa?
need to wake up very early.
I know. Take it. No, it's not Quintalis. I got a remix gig from a Norwegian artist that was in Eurovision. Fuck was it called? It was their group was called Wigwam, and I made a remix for them. This is the night. Night. Bring the night on. Okay, bring the night on. Bring. Here, Augustin. Here.
Thinking about love, love, love. How I break my bones. How I break my bones.
Okay, so Emerald and Angry Space Pirate, Ultra Sheriff. Hector is the one that made the beat from Ism. It was an attempt at a remix for Hector, but I couldn't pull it off. And then, by the way, one of the guys from Ultra Sheriff is working on the new James Bond game in Denmark.
Anything at all. Ain't thinking about love. I just let it rock and roll until dawn. So bring the night on.
This is Alex Venture in 2001. No, no, 2009? Blood Command? Okay, anyway. Inspilling, that's what I was going for. Inspilling. Inspilling. I wanted to make a point about Savant being this one. So, by the way, Sledgehammer has always been my encore track when I play live. It's the last track I play always. And I play different versions of it. And I make new versions all the time. I have so many versions of Sledgehammer. But it is a track that really kicks it live. And by the time I get to Sledgehammer, I've gotten so into the DJ set that I am fucking all over fucking the CDJs, the Pioneers, the 3000s, 2000, whatever it is. And I'm making a fucking what's a good word to choose? Like I'm making not a mess. I'm making like a fucking Christmas party out of this Sledgehammer thing. By the time I get to it, I've gotten so like warmed up to the CDJs and the tools of the mixing live that when Sledgehammer comes on, I'm so ready for it, and I'm just fucking. It's always been a great last track to play, and it's always been in 100 BPM. So when I play it live, this is something I want to share with you guys. When I play a live set, when I play a DJ set, I start with 120 something, 125 usually, and then I work my way up to 130 through all of the electro house and house music stuff, and then we start hitting 135, 140, and then I switch over to dubstep. Usually, sometimes it doesn't matter. Maybe not as much nowadays, but back in the day I used to. And then after that, we escalate the dubstep from 140 to 150 to 160, and then we get into back in the day they used to call it like drum step territory, and then I don't know, it gets from like 4/4 like doom 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 or doom 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 into like halftime, and then once it get into 150 160 it sometimes gets from drum step into 4/4 again. Like either it's hardstyle. Are you going to sleep?
I have my pajamas on.
Oh, okay. Good night.
You're going with me.
No, not yet.
Baby.
I have to say goodbye to the people.
Yes.
I love you.
I love you too.
Okay. Okay. See you later. Very soon, I mean. And then I go from, like drum step into like maybe hardcore or hard techno, and then I go into not so much anymore, but drum and bass territory. And I usually like scale my BPM up until it gets to 200, which gets to 100 basically, because 200 divided by 2 is 100. So Sledgehammer is the natural last track I always play. So here are the stems actually for Sledgehammer. The first one, the one you guys like. The one you guys fucking talk about. What is this? Let's...
It's a sledgehammer.
Okay, that's what that is. Okay. It's a Sledgehammer. There's some pitch scaling in this track, so it doesn't matter.
It's a sledgehammer.
It's okay.
So this is played live on the Moog, and it's not programmed. You hear this stuff? That is the Moog. It's called the Mini Moog Voyager. Mini Moog Voyager Old School. And it's not plugins or anything. Sorry, that was my point. I'm sorry it took so long to...
Check out the technique. Rip the cut! Break down! Yo! Rip the cut!
And the stems doesn't include any drums, because I was a hard believer in that drums doesn't make the song, it makes the time the song was made. A lot of people back in the day used to ask me, where did you sample or steal that melody from? Like, like modern EDM artists would sample some Baroque stuff. This is all made from scratch, like this melody. FL Studio, Sledgehammer. Let's see if we have the melody MIDI for this. Most of the time I would not play it by hand because I love composing. I just love composing. Like, let me live, like I love putting in notes for a living. I love putting notes into the piano roll. Like, it's not a crime to be able to put a note into a piano roll. French. Here is the piano roll from Sledgehammer. This is all... You can tell by the velocity... Sorry. You can tell by the velocity that this is put into the piano roll meticulously, one note at a time. And it is felt as it's going along. There's no, like, grand scheme. This is just, like, felt and heard inside the mind. Can I find the bird, by the way? That the Andrew Huang, whatever, fucking ripped off with the unicorn. Bird. Let's see. I don't think so. Because sometimes when you make MIDI and you're autistic, you end up making an image with your piano roll. And one time I made a MIDI that looked like a bird because I was making some Baroque stuff. And I thought it was funny because it looked like a bird and I was just making a good melody. And it became like people thought it was funny, and you know, bigger YouTube channels like Andrew Huang or whatever took that shit and tried to make like some sort of, they did it in the opposite direction where they try to make something sound good and then make the image fit the sound. But I think it's more good when the sound is first and then the image is just a happy coincidence. By the way, this is the reason it sounds like this is because it is tempo stretched. That meaning when I put the MIDI in like this, I put an automation on it like this, and I make it end at 100 because that's where I want the beat to start, right? I want the beat to start at 100, but I make it kind of like this. It doesn't sound right. The release isn't right. The reverb isn't right. Let's try it again. I think the reverb I'm using, the harpsichord I'm using on this is from Colossus. Back in the day, it was not Colossus. It was yeah, it was Colossus. Now it's called Goliath. And it's in keyboard. It's in harpsichord. It's East West Instruments. I've always been a big fan. So this is, I think, the harpsichord I'm using on this particular track. I'm sorry I'm interrupting so much, but there's something about the beauty of the MIDI. Again, my synesthesia is pointing towards like early 2000s video games for some reason. Maybe it's a Stormtrooper or I don't know what it is, but it's something that's like making me think of something else in music. But it is this particular line that going up here in pixels, if you will. And I don't know, it's just how it's like going from this part was very distinct with the bass notes. This part, which is very distinct with the bass notes. It has a transition here with very distinct notes. Going to this part was very distinct. Like you can, I don't know if you're stupid or not, but you can tell that this intro, right? And this part right here, which is like these 3 bars right here, which is trying to like goof off of Mozart in a way. Like, I'm not a huge Mozart fan because I think he's super overrated, but he's a genius, and I'm trying to goof off of him because he did too much and it was too happy, and I was trying to do something that sounded too happy. I'm sorry I'm autistic. Jesus Christ. My whole lineage is autistic. This is my Belgium fucking coal miners came to Sweden and then migrated over to Norway. A lot of incest or whatever. That's what I've heard creates a lot of autism, is the making babies within your lineage type shit. I'm no different. I love I everything about this sounds great to me in a cliche classical way. Musically, this sounds like garbage, but classically, it sounds on point. I want to take a listen to the bass. It sounds like a nursery rhyme, right? Like no, nah, and G being the, or F being the, sorry, C being the bottom. The I gotta fix my keyboard. 2 seconds. There we go. So F. This song is in F. Okay. So, classical music is always about the dichotomy between C and F, in this case, right? Or D and G in another case, or E and A, which would be my favorite. But in EDM or dubstep, F is the strongest sub frequency before it starts to diminish towards the bottom, or it starts to be too light towards the G in the top. F is the perfect dubstep key because it preserves the bass on most systems, iPhones, clubs, festivals, etc. So you'll see a lot of my songs being in F because of this. When you play an F, it will sound like this. And the dichotomy of the F is the C, which also is referred to in music theory as the fifth. Or the sorry, I'm the 1, 2, 3, the third. And a lot of classical music will do this, and you probably would agree. And pop music and rock music from the 50s, Beatles, you name it. Because these are in the wheel of the fifths. Anything that has the fifth as a note will fit as a chord. F is a first, and this is a fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth. So if I start in the fifth like this, fuck, I'm embarrassing composers right now because I'm talking to regular people, but and then we're changing chord structure completely. So an F major is these three chords right here that we're looking at. F, A, and C. Once we start hitting A sharp, or what would be called A flat or G sharp, when you hear the word flat, it means it goes down. When it's sharp, it means it goes up. And what we mean by up and down is these black notes. Right? Most of the time, at least. So F major is F, A, and C. So once I start hitting into F minor territory, I'm breaking the chord structure. I'm doing that, which is very unnatural, but it is what I like to do because I'm a fucking retard, right? Or avant-garde, or whatever you want to call it, right? So thankfully, FL Studio lets me go back in time a lot. So we'll see. And then I'll have some. All these things are arpeggios when it goes up and when it goes down in a chord sequence. So this is a C major, not a C minor. So it goes from an F major to C minor, right? F major, F minor, C minor. Right? I don't know. When I listen to classical music, especially Baroque music like Vivaldi or Bach or Handel, which is a German guy who expated to England for some reason and made some of the most famous English music because Germans know how to do it. Back in the day, at least. I don't know about today. But if you visually can understand the pattern of going up and going down and going down and going down and going up and going down and going down and going down, there's something beautiful about like ascending and descending and doing this in like a sequential order, right? I think this sort of sequence I'm doing right here is very inspired by doing all minors, like very like inspired by black metal. So there's like this hybrid between black metal and Baroque here that is dominating my chord structures. If you guys paid attention to my earlier chat streams where I did my when I listened to my old black metal and metal stuff from 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. You guys would have noticed my what's it called? My affinity for dark metal stuff and also melodic metal stuff as well. It's forbidden because you're not allowed to do this stuff. If I did this stuff in the Baroque times in 1650, I would have been burned on the cross. This is not allowed. Yeah, this is the harpsichord I used. Not this particular one. Goliath is a newer version of the one I used when I made this song, which was called, I said it earlier. I'm too tired to remember, but it was called Colossus. That was the original harpsichord I used for a lot of stuff. And then I started using different harpsichords. There's harpsichords in Roland, Korg. Of course, I used all these harpsichords. Fuck, who gives a shit about harpsichords? Jesus Christ, it's about the melody. Look at how this pattern works. So it goes from this neoclassical bullshit harpsichord baroque bullshit into this more standardized, now we're getting somewhere type pattern. La da 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 da. And then I break it completely off with this Batman, 60s Batman, la da 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 Batman. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but it's pretty zany and familiar. And the way I switch it up is by going octaves below or above. I just imagine what would Bach do if he was like had a gun to his head and said like, make something interesting right now. And sorry, that's not supposed to come yet. It's supposed to come later. It speeds up, but it's playing that whole like da na 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 na. It's playing E, F, F sharp. This is the cliche 60s Batman theme, which is terrible. It's fucking terrible. Fucking cringe. But the way I'm handling it in Sledgehammer is by octaving it down and down and down and down to create some sort of movement instead of playing it straight, right? And the way I'm doing it, if I can find that MIDI, the MIDI went completely apeshit. Sledgehammer, let's find it again. Sledge. Intro. Harpsichord. So here's the interesting thing. This is the only thing my dad taught me that was valuable before he kind of like said I should never talk to him again. Oh, Swag X Gamer from Australia. Longtime watchers. Big fan of... I'm super scared of spiders. So I would love to come to Australia, but I'm so scared. This is something of like an inversion. So chords are from C to C, right? So anything within a chord can be... Look how all that stuff turned into the same thing, right? But the beauty of chords, and this is something if you want to learn music theory, and I'm not an expert at all, is that whatever's on top, you can transpose that to the bottom. And whatever's in the next line, you can transpose that to the bottom. Or the top, or whatever. And the next time, you can do it to the bottom. And the next time, you can take the top and put it to the bottom. It will still sound good. It still sounds the same. It's just transposed. This E, F, F sharp, F, it's still here, but next time it's playing, it's below. And whatever's on top the next time is going below. Whatever's on the top next time is going below. Whatever's the next time is going below. And I didn't go to music school or anything, but I can hear these things and I can feel these things, and it's super easy and it doesn't sound complicated. And anybody with any musical expertise would laugh at this sort of shit, okay? But it does create change, it does create movement. It does create a movement either upwards or downwards, which is the most important thing in music. Either you're going forward or you're going up or down. That's it. Music is all about those three things. Are you going forward, up, or down? End of story. And here I'm going. I built an intro is building up. Can you see visually how it's creating a build up and how it's going down? And how this is going down. It's going down. It built itself to the top of the thing it could possibly be, and now it's going all the way down. It's not going to the critical kind of cliche like maybe it is, but maybe it isn't. My point is that it's all made with a Moog. Okay. Bye. Okay. Inspilling. Inspilling. I want to sleep, but I'm also having a lot of fun. I'm gonna wake. Listen, I've had worse days. Me and my wife have a date tomorrow. We're going to a Chinese restaurant and we're gonna eat orange chicken. I just want to make sure she's yeah, we're good. So when it comes to Savant, like I know, like I'm having a, like what would you call it, like a it's like I'm coming, like I gave up for a while. Dad's at work. Jack Daniels noises. Like in 2016, 17, and you guys know it, like from Vibes to Jester, Mortals was like a cry for help, and then you had Slasher, which is like I don't give a shit anymore. And then I had like this moment where I got a break from Savant, right? Like hiatus, whatever you call it. And then you had this moment where I kind of gave up on all this bullshit, and I didn't want to try anymore. I didn't want to do this shit anymore because it was painful. But I've always been curious about, like, because when you're an artist, you're trying to hide that pain. And when Vibes came out, I was in like drug abuse, Los Angeles, Hollywood life. And when when Mortals and like I gotta check my discography at this point because I'm not even sure what I released. All these drugs in my past have really taken a toll on me. Bandcamp, so on. It was a really tough time. It was really, 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 really tough time. I cannot explain to you how difficult this journey has been for me. It's not been easy because I never cared about all these years of like my first years of Savant or wherever. It was never about money or anything like that. It was just about like recognition, or I don't know if you can understand. Like, it was just about like showing that proving that I could do what I could do. And then it suddenly catched on, and I couldn't control any of that stuff. And me being a very like down to earth person, having a lot of like friends who didn't like my music, I wasn't gassed up, you know. So when the fans were like, "This is it, that's it, you should do this, you should do that," I was like, "That ain't right. That doesn't feel right." So there was this point between Invasion, which was like my last fuck it, I'm just making bullshit. So after Oracle and Zion, right here, was when Rob Swire said to my manager, I remember, that I should focus on my mixing or whatever. And I remember that a lot of famous Armin van Buren, Must Die, and a lot of other Tiesto and a lot of other people were interested in what I was doing around this period of time right here. And I remember being invited to a show that a Knife Party was playing in LA at Avalon, right around here, between Invasion and Vibes. And I was hanging out with Mord Fistang, which was a really bad idea. He's a very complicated character. I'm not going to say anything bad about him, but he's a very complicated character, let's say it like that. And I was very depressed, and I didn't go to the show. I didn't go to a Knife Party show that I was invited to personally by Rob. And I was hanging out with Mike Diva and, you know, that LA weirdo artistic clique. And I was trying to make like weird, like more soulful stuff. And I kind of like lost touch with reality doing so much drugs. Retro Bundle was just me doing that, has nothing to do with this drug infused thing. Gesture was me and my manager joking about like making Alchemist 2 to make money, because, you know, a manager's job is to like financially sustain the project. So he was just like, if you want to make money again, at least make Alchemist 2. I was like, no, I'm not gonna make Alchemist 2. That's the lowest I can go. I'll just make something similar. My Gesture fucking eating Xanax left and right, and making my artwork, instead of hiring somebody or getting assignment to do the artwork, I'm just like, I can do that. And I made this in Macromedia Flash. It looks like trash. I like the logo though. Savant looks like black metal. But I couldn't even get the bass levels correct, so I had to do a remaster, because I thought that the bass would be too loud, and I took away all the bass on the master. And then my manager said, like, if you want to live in LA, you gotta pay the bills or whatever, so we gotta release something. And I put together the Outcast compilation, and Halloween came around. I was very fascinated about how Americans celebrated Halloween. So I also love 80s Halloween slasher movies, and I made that. And I was like, you know what? Fuck Savant. I'm just gonna make whatever I want to make, not what the fans want me to make. And I made Mortals and Slasher. And then, I don't know, I made Monolith. It came out naturally, I guess. I didn't force it. It's more French. It's more French touch, more roots for me. And then Corona hit, and I had to move back to Norway for many, many, many reasons. Money being one of them. I couldn't live in LA anymore, and there was an epidemic happening, and, you know, touring, whatever, even though I wasn't touring. And this is more back to formula, actually. Like, I don't know if you guys like Void or whatever, but that is the closest thing to classic Savant anybody's ever gonna get. I'm never gonna do this sort of stuff again. This is the innocence of me humbling myself and going like, this is what this is what my idea of Savant was in the beginning. Krang was supposed to be a completely different project, where the name of the project was supposed to be Krang. I had a bunch of demos for Krang, where the project was supposed to be not Savant at all. The whole point of Krang was supposed to be its own thing. Krang. It's under my artist folder as Krang from, let's see the year. Oh, that's not correct though. Let's look at the dates in here. 2018. Let's look at all the folders as the files in this folder, and see what's happening here. So 2018 is when I started Krang. I started it with the song Argue. And these songs sound very different from what you hear on the actual Krang album. What's that one called? Car crash, accident, seatbelt, something like that. So yeah, so Krang wasn't supposed to be a Savant album at all. It was supposed to be like the side project thing. And then I made Alchemist 2, which is going back to the joke about my manager saying, if you want to make money again, make Alchemist 2. And it was something he said sarcastically. And I said, no, I'm going to make Jester. Right? When I was in my drug-infused... I cannot stress how much drugs and alcohol I was doing at this point in time. 2017-18 was a terrible time in my life. I was going to therapists and hypnotists and everything to try to get my life in order. So when I did Alchemist 2, it was more because I was working with D-Pad Studio on making like a retro like follow-up to Savant Ascent, which we wanted to call Savant Descent, where we went down into the ground instead of up into the tower. We wanted to go into the caves. So Simon made this picture for me pro bono. He made this for me for free. Usually I pay him a lot of money, like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to make a cover art for me. But this one he made for free because we all had the impression that we were going to make a sequel to Savant Ascent that was like a down into the earth kind of game where the alchemist went into the ground and did stuff. So that's the concept art for the EP, no, the album. I have the concept art for these characters here somewhere. Descent. So Simon was a sport about these this album cover. And then between that and now, I only had the Heat thing with Omega Sparks, which is like I think in 2023. And then after that, I was just like, you know what? I need to, reinvent or find a new vibe, because Alex cannot be chained like this. I need to do my own thing. Bark, again, thank you, Bark. You've been a huge supplier of Savant for the last 3 months. Hope you've been well. I've been obsessed with your ambient music lately. Mob Machine is too good. I've been really been wanting to get into music production lately. Where do you get some of your inspiration between? So ambient music is a lot about non tactileism. If does that make sense? Like no tactile. Don't try to stay with your feet above whatever surface is. So whatever is tactile, like a plug-in or a sound, you're supposed to be away from that. That's me with ambient at least. So if you're making ambient bark, I would suggest trying to get as far away from concrete as possible. Ambient to me is about sounds you cannot define, about vibes you cannot pinpoint, or so reverb basically convolution or algorithmical long reverbs, lush chords. Look at some jazz chords, if you will. Any sort of sound or sound effect through a reverb will sound floaty and nice. If you want to make more concrete ambient music, these things will be subject to change. But as we're talking, yeah. So also don't change things too often. Make sure the song is 5 to 10 minutes without a lot of change, because ambient music isn't about putting the listener through a bunch of things. It's putting them in a state and putting them in a place and making a circle. So my ambient tracks are usually 60 minutes, and they have very gradual changes over those 60 minutes. So keep it simple. Don't go too crazy. Let me see if I can find the descent. Because yeah, the cover art from Descent, I drew the main character and also the monster you're seeing there, which is called Mother Earth. Do I even have these sketches anymore? I'm wondering. I don't think so. I just have the music I made for the game. But yeah, Simon always does a hell of a job. No matter the logo, especially, oh my god, he killed the fucking logo. He sent me a bunch of options for it, and But with the the reason I put out Rebirth as the first single is because that's what Savant was supposed to be, and had a major grand plan of the whole revamping of Savant and the image and everything. When I contacted the artist who did this artwork, I was inspired. Okay, so all the artwork we're doing for this needs to be very similar. So Baroque, but vector in a way. Which is all these singles and stuff. So I was very happy with that sort of stuff. So I've been on a journey the last decade, bro. It's been both tough and enlightening in a way, where I'm trying to find a new way of expressing myself without closing the Savant chapter. Because trust you me, I don't give a shit about Savant. I can close that chapter any day. But I've worked so hard on it, and everybody keeps telling me stay with it, and just if you need to change it. but don't cancel it. And that's why you guys are here right now. I listened. I wonder how the Horror 2 first version sound like. It is in my if you go to my Winter in Hollywood episode in my live streams, we look at the original the Horror 2 like horror song, which is called Human Horror, which is the Winter in Hollywood track I made in 2008 or 9, which is where all these things come from. Just a quick question as I think about it. How did you change your FL startup logo? It's just a BMP file. It's just a picture file inside the program files folder. If you have any sort of sense on how to use Windows at all, you know that these bitmap pictures are usually in the folder where the program is, and you can change those things if you want. And that's literally how I did all that stuff. So in your FL Studio folder, there is a picture called startup.bmp or whatever, and you just change it to whatever you want it to be, and presto. Okay, but yeah, I really wanted to like get that, because this journey of all these albums to where I am today has been a very tough one, and that you guys have been here through that whole time is very humbling, and I want you to kind of like stay with me, but if you guys don't want to, that's okay as well. I'm not changing. Get what I'm does that make any change? Like, I'm always gonna be me, but people will always change what they kind of like fuck with when it comes to music, so I cannot change you. You can only change yourself. I'm gonna change constantly, and that's gonna be a problem if you want to hear the same shit over and over. And yes, as you hit 32, you're gonna be struggling with accepting new stuff. That's just how the human experience works, biology, whatever. Once you hit 32 or 33, you're gonna be like, whatever was hot when you were younger, that's what you're going to be listening to. You're very difficult to change people's music taste after the 32 or 33. So if you are approaching that age or are that age, I'm sorry, I'm going to be disappointing you. Because I'm going to constantly change. Yeah, here's somebody calling future music radar tech. Oh lordy lord, that's how far we moved, huh? Bark, whoa, why you? Oh my God, Jesus Christ, Bark, $100. I also wanted to say thank you for all the song content. It's been great to hang out. Your music means so much to people. Keep on being amazing. Fuck, man, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. That is, that's crazy. I don't know what to do other than being banal and, treating the core 2012-13 fans to those core 2003 13-12 shit music that I hate. Some of this stuff made it to Obcasts, some made it to albums, but most of it just... It sounds like trash to me. Oh, I think that's the Night Owl demo. I wish you could see my face right now. So depressed. Okay, so I'm gonna go to bed, and because I have a date tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna let you guys off with, I don't know, something old that I hate that you would like. Whatever that would be. I don't know what this is. This is from what year? Oracle demos or something. I don't even remember what this song is called. Yeah, okay. You guys listen to all this junk and then go to bed. To me, this is garbage. See, I told you there was a bunch of garbage. So So Valkyrie was originally called Confused for a reason. I was very confused.
This is how I roll.
Yeah, Hard Life. This is how I roll. Original.
Philadelphia.
So yeah, a lot of stuff on Oracle is very like rough demos. I think I uploaded this for on my old SoundCloud. This is a sample from Macross Plus, which is one of my favorite anime miniseries or movies. Much trash. But we'll go through all of these demos properly when we do the Oracle, the old Oracle walkthrough thing. Yeah, Bark has been a huge support, sending me a bunch of super chats. I really appreciate it. Savant, I hope you're doing well. I have been obsessed with your ambient music. Yeah, and he said earlier also just like appreciate hanging out. I appreciate it. So this is it, guys. It's been a 6-hour stream. It's been a long stream. We're going to bed. So I'll see you next Thursday and whatever. Take care. Good night. It's almost 2 a.m. I gotta go to sleep. Japanese Jose. In Japanese, sayonara means it's a very strong goodbye. Sayonara is not a very. Sayonara is a. If you say that to Japanese person, usually it's like I'll never see you again type shit. So it's very strong. I've heard that from a Japanese person. It was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So see you next Thursday. Good hang. Good hang. You know, Alex is a complicated character. But I'll see you guys next Thursday. Okay, ciao. Sayonara. Fuck all these languages, man. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. And adios. All these words. Hasta la vista. See you later. Take care, guys. Good hanging.